Good morning. You're still connecting. Good.
Hey, Lindsay, how are you?
How are you?
Oh, feeling early morning-ish.
Mhm.
I'm going to try to share my screen for a second just to make sure I can. Yeah, I can. Sometimes that just doesn't work.
I use that background for my PowerPoint.
I like it. Oh, I know. It's a good one, right? I like
It's built in. It's easy.
very apropos. And I like the blue. And I like that. Hey, Miss Christy.
Good morning.
Good morning, friends. Yay!
Yay, how are you, Missy?
I'm good. I am good. It's a little bit cooler today, and that is awesome. And
Yeah.
I am just sitting here thinking I'm going to go outside during our breaks.
Yes,
Awesome.
I was feeling guilty about the timing. David Cochran, in our meetings, he's been saying, hey, let's meet in the afternoons if we're meeting via Zoom for all our
Right.
stuff that we were doing, because I'd like to actually have time to go outside in the mornings. And
Mhm.
I was thinking about that this morning because I went out to get the paper and there was actually a breeze.
I know. It's gorgeous out. I just got back from a walk, so
good for
perfect.
you. We took the little doggy out, but
Aw.
he doesn't move very quickly, which is okay.
No,
because I don't
mine
move
don't
very
either,
quickly.
and I don't either. So
But yeah, so I was feeling kind of guilty, especially because, as I said, David, I
He
just
likes
made me
his
think of
mornings.
all of us. We can't really actually enjoy a decently cool morning for a change.
right.
But so anyway, great to see everybody. Everybody's zooming in. Glad the link's working. Hey, Rachel, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Sleepy, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rachel is recording for us. Thank you very much, Rachel. Rachel, are you recording this for us? Are you going to be doing that, or can
Well,
you do that?
I was gonna say it already says it's recording, and I think you set up this Zoom link.
Well, crap. Okay.
But I can see if I can hit the record button right now and see if it
Go
lets me
for
record
it.
as
See what
well.
happens. Well, and if you record it to your computer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cool.
I guess you guys know if you record things to the Zoom cloud, which is fine, after about, 360 days, they just disappear.
You can download them from the cloud though. So
Yeah.
That did
sometimes
work, Cheryl. I am
recording to your
recording.
computer takes up extra RAM.
Oh, I know.
So sometimes I record them to the cloud, especially if it's a class lecture, and then I'll download it after class so that it's not taking up those extra system resources.
Excellent. Thank you for that information in our class, in our workshop that emphasizes technology. So thank you.
And then I pop over and put them in a private Zoom or in a private YouTube channel so that I get closed captioning for the students who prefer to have closed captioning.
Absolutely. That's what I do. I put mine on a YouTube channel just because, if it's for class, just because that is so much easier to get the closed captioning to work at YouTube. I don't know why Zoom doesn't just have that technology automatically. That's crazy.
It does provide a transcript, I guess, on Zoom.
That I didn't know.
They do. If you upload to the cloud and then you go to download it, you can download the transcript and upload the transcript file right to YouTube.
Oh, that's really good to know.
Or you can use it in, if you're going to put it in Canvas, you can upload the transcript file to Canvas.
Have you found, have you noticed whether there's a difference in quality between the transcribing that YouTube does and what Zoom does?
Not enough that it's discernible.
Yeah. I know sometimes it's pretty bad.
Well, I do know for a while there, and Ryan Hushka confirmed it for me there, I noticed that if you record things to the cloud versus your computer, that the quality, especially the syncing of facial features and voice, isn't always right where you want it to be. So I don't know, but I just didn't consider how much space it's taking up on my computer either. Gosh, so many things to think about. Okay, well, let's see. 3, 6, 7, 8. There's Gary's here. Who else do we have today? Jenna, we're hoping for Jenna, right? So who else? One more person, right? There should be 10 of us today.
David here?
David, sorry, we were just talking about David.
We have Will Graves.
Will not be joining us today.
Oh, okay.
He just sent me a note. Thank you so much for asking about Will, but he will not be joining us today. Thanks so much. Oh, well, so we're just looking for David. Now, David is probably coming to us from Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Whenever I see that, I always think about the little wine cooler guys. But David does not come bearing wine coolers, I'm sorry to say. But I always think of him being there in Oklahoma. So he's, as you probably know, he's a commuter guy, and that he maintains 2 households, one here in Wichita and one in Bartlesville, Oklahoma, which I understand is not actually the home of the wine cooler guys.
Bartles and James.
Bartles and James, yeah. But they just sort of adopted that, I think. But anyway.
Yes, David did send an email that he was going to be here at 9:30, so we can probably go ahead and get started.
Okay, thank you very much. I tend to turn off my email during these sessions because it just dings all the time. So very good. So Jamie, did you want to start us off then? We've got it right at 9, and Christy already reminded us that it's very nice and cool out there. We might enjoy going outside during our breaks. So do you want to get
right.
Yeah.
Compared to how it has been anyway. Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
So,
okay.
well, here we go. I guess we're gonna get started with this workshop, which is kind of the first big event. It feels like the launch party in a way for this whole project that we're embarking on. I'm so excited and pleased that all of you are here to join us. We thought we would kick off with some introductions. I think most of us know at least, names and faces, but so instead of simply saying your name and your department, we thought we would ask you to take a moment and kind of think about whether you would characterize yourself overall as more of a techno optimist or a techno pessimist. This is a question I often get into with my students. We talk about all these different ways that technology is changing our world. And obviously, if you look back at history, there are a lot of things we can point to that suggest that technology is improving the human condition. But of course, there are also many issues, and many, oftentimes ethicists, right, are the ones who are pointing out, oh, what about this? What about this? Let's not get so excited and rush forward with technological development. And so there are many reasons for pessimism. So how would you characterize yourself? What is your sort of overall attitude towards technology? Is it helping humanity forward, or are you a little more on the Luddite side of things? If we want, I'm just gonna maybe suggest we start with the people as they appear on my screen. So Lindsay, you're first up.
So I think I know everybody, but I'm in the social work department, as you know, and I would say that I'm struggling with finding a position. I think I'm a little pessimistic at times and optimistic at other times. So I'm pretty techno neutral right now, but I used to be very techno optimist, and I'm finding myself moving towards a more pessimistic stance.
By the way, kudos to your colleague, Brittany. I just saw the email about her book coming out. That's very impressive.
Yeah, very cool.
I'm Christy Barton Edwards, criminal justice, and I'm definitely an optimist as I stare at my computer screen from home with my glasses on and an operational shunt so that I'm not slowing down. I don't know what we'd do without technology. I love every moment of it and every second of it. I don't even have anything negative, I would say, about technology at this point. I think most of it's hilarious. My parents get really wrapped around the axle about, oh, the internet's following me. And I'm like, what are you doing that they would care? So I think it's cute that the students think they know more than us, but, I don't think they anticipate what's coming next sometimes. So I love it all.
Well, I'll just come in behind Christy. I'm not sure if we're still following your order, Jamie, but
no, just run with it.
Okay, good. I was thinking about this because Jamie and I talked yesterday, so I have a little prep, but I'm an ancient historian, and we organize the history of human existence based on technology. Now, this didn't happen until the 19th century when we got into the Industrial Revolution. We started thinking that, oh, tools are important. But basically, we organize human history and, dare I say it, human progress through the whole idea of technology. So whether our tools and our ability, frankly, to wage war, right, is based on stone, then bronze, then iron, and then we finally get into the 19th century with the Bessemer process and steel, then atomic, then information age, right? So this whole idea that human progress is sort of defined by our ability to manage the natural world to our benefit. And, lately, as our summer has shown, perhaps to our detriment. But I think that when it comes to technology and the human condition, it's kind of hard to separate the two. So whether you love it or hate it, it's here. So I'm with Christy. Let's go.
I will go. Hello, I am Rachel. Sorry, Jenna, you can go right after me. I did not mean to cut you off. I work with the Arts, Humanities, and Catholic Studies department here at the faculty within them. I would say, since I grew up with it, yes, I would think technology is a good thing, and I can't imagine the world without it. So, Jenna, take it away.
Thanks, Rachel. No problem at all. So I'm Jenna Persons. I'm in the biology department. So my perspective, I think, has a little bit to do with my use of technology and science and biology in general. I'd say that I feel sometimes allured, sometimes skeptical, sometimes tired of technology. So it's a mixed bag for me. I think that I'm fascinated by the technological leaps in my field and in related fields. But I'm also horrified by some of the technology's influences on our social spaces. So that I think is my perspective. I am just somewhere in the middle on most of it.
Okay.
So I'll jump in. I'm David Cochran, professor of data analytics, and I'd say I'm a techno-realist. And that's, the same feeling torn about, on the one hand, realizing that it's not going away. It's always going to be developing as long as, we're around. But bringing good things out of technology takes constant work and effort and care and pruning and all those kinds of things. And we definitely have areas of our existence right now that need some care, right? And so sort of where I'm at.
I'll follow up on that because I was thinking, it's an interesting question. And I believe I would kind of describe myself as a techno-realist too, because I think technology is a double-edged sword. There's a lot about technology I really am optimistic about. I think what I'm pessimistic about is people and whether we have the ability to handle this technology. I think that technology has given stupid people a chance to come together and organize and create echo chambers and bubbles in ways that was impossible when they were just isolated people living in their parents' basement, sending out mailers.
I heard a term the other day, Greg, weaponizing ignorance. Weaponizing ignorance, that technology allows us to weaponize ignorance. Wow.
David, I really appreciated your comment that the positive takes work. I think that's a really interesting perspective. There's a lot of things, including my health and my weight, that left alone have a tendency to roll downhill. And it takes effort to push it up. And I think that's a good perspective with technology, is there may be a lot of good things about it, but we have to watch out for that inertial tendency, that slide to the negative, and be willing to do the work. I appreciated that comment.
Washwan and Gary.
Okay, yeah, well, thank you, Gary. Yeah, so I really wish I could borrow. Oh, my name is Huachuan Wen, as on the screen. I work in the teacher education department. My concentration area is in elementary education. So I think for myself, mostly I'm optimistic about technology. I think really human beings cannot live without technology because it just has been bringing us a lot of conveniences, advancement in almost all aspects of our life. I said I'm mostly optimistic. So the conveniences really, I mean, benefit us, but it also make us too dependent upon technology. And I mean, our colleagues said it very well. I'm not going to repeat the double-edged sword saying. Say we use in China, for example, you don't have to carry cash, and you can use one of the social media WeChat to pay for everything, products or services, and it's really a great convenience. And a specific example last year. So in Henan province, Zhengzhou, for example, there was a flooding, a huge flooding. So of course there's no power, there's no anything. And then, you know, people cannot get things because they don't have cash and their WeChat is down, the power is down. Life had to stop. So that's one example. Yeah, well, anyhow, yeah, I think mostly still, I think we needed, just like David or Greg has said, people need education about the proper use of technology, at least. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And Gary, I don't know if you've had a chance to introduce yourself at all. You might tell us a little bit more about yourself, since I think most people probably don't know you.
Thanks. Yeah, I wasn't sure I'm allowed to speak. During this part, so I'm a mole. I'm just sitting in trying to gather all this knowledge and information from you guys. So Gary Brooking, I'm currently at Wichita State University. My background is engineering. I'm an electrical engineer and then biomedical engineering. And so that's one warning that I put out there. And the second warning is that I'm an internal optimist. So for me, I'm a fundamentally focused, narrow-minded engineer who's an eternal optimist. So of course, I'm going to say technology is very important and great. I'm not going to like anything at all. Actually, I don't want to hear the things that you're saying, because it has to make me think outside of my kind of area and my narrow-mindedness to think of the problems with technology. So I don't like to hear those things. But yeah, I'm definitely very much an optimist. But I also, you know, I'm not a tech, I'm not a, there's certain things that my kids can do 10 times better than me and my students can. And, you know, I wouldn't say I keep up with it. I'm getting too old. So there's an age thing as well. I think that's kind of slowing me down. But generally, I would say I'm very optimistic of technology and its impact on society if used well. But I think if we look at all the great, we look at the Nobels, the Olins, and all those people who made great inventions, gunpowder and dynamite, they all realized how bad it was and pumped a whole lot of money into causes to try and improve the damage that those technologies have made. So yeah, there's definitely a double-edged sword there.
Yeah. All right, well, we're very grateful that you're joining us, and not just for the session that we've invited you to help us think through some of these issues, but for the entire workshop. Very honored to have you here as our visiting guest expert on technology, and also on some aspects of pedagogy. I guess I'll just conclude our introductions by echoing a lot of what was said. I think that Cheryl is right to point out that technology can't really be separated from the human condition. We are, in a way, homo technicus, right? Technology is how we have become what we are in many ways. And the realism approach, I think, is alluring, right? Kind of questioning this choice, this false choice, really, between optimism and pessimism. There are reasons to be both, I would say, but I tend to think that we are stuck with it, and so it just simply directs us to think about how to develop technology as well as we possibly can. And that's so important. And the one thing that I might add is that as technology develops with weaponry, with chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, also with biological technologies, CRISPR and things like that, the stakes are getting higher and higher. We have the ability to to do more harm as well as more good than we ever have had before. And so that is a bit frightening sometimes when we think about what humans are able to do sometimes. The other thing that I'll say to conclude is that as we work on kind of managing and maintaining our technology, as David kind of said, we can't just leave it alone or leave it to its own devices. We have to care for it. I think that it's important to say that that is something that is not just a technical matter. I think we probably understand that that's one of the fundamental premises of this ETHV program, that the development of technology is not a job only for technologists in whatever field. We need to think about the human impact of these things, and that is something that we humanists, philosophers, writers, literary people, historians, and so on, this is something that we hopefully can bring to the table and contribute to the conversation. So once again, thank you, everybody. It was a good round of introductions, and I'm sure we'll all get to know each other better over the next few workshop sessions. With that being said, I'll throw it back to Cheryl, who is going to talk a little bit about the path we have taken to get to this point.
All right, thank you very much. This is going to be one of those infamous screen shares. So we're going to do that, but also please, some of you know me pretty well, some of you don't know me at all, but please feel free to interrupt. Please feel free to throw things into the chat if you don't want to interrupt in real time. I've no trouble with that at all, either way. And I'll ask Jamie and Rachel to sort of be in charge of chat monitoring if questions come up. Let's just please make this more conversational than lecture-ish if we can do it. So yeah, one of the things that Jamie and I talked about was this idea that about half of us participated in the NEH planning grant that we received in 2020. And the rest of us are brand new. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a few minutes to tell you, hopefully, how we got here, what the goals of the NEH are for this grant, and how we think that this grant really connects to Newman really well. So for example, here we were interested in applying for this grant because this Humanities Connection program that the NEH is doing actually tries to support an expansion of the role of humanities in undergraduate education. So historians, philosophers are all for that, right? We're a liberal arts college, so why not? The NEH also wants to support innovative approaches that foster partnerships between humanities faculty and their counterparts. And the NEH talks about social sciences, natural sciences, and professional programs. So at Newman, we have a really terrific combination of that. And if I can say, the colleagues we have today, I'm really not kissing your ass. The colleagues we have today are really some of the most impressive colleagues that we have at Newman, and we're really thrilled that you would come along because we don't think this is going to work without you. So this was a really good fit for us. And then finally, encouraging and developing, the NEH wants to encourage and develop new integrative learning opportunities for students. Again, we think that at Newman, we do a lot of these things already. We could do them better with a little NEH money, right? So in 2019, we wrote a proposal. In 2021, we wrote a proposal. We won a planning grant, which we went through a couple of years started a couple of years ago. And then we won the implementation grant that we just got news about in April of this year. Believe me, we worked on this, Jamie and I worked on this last summer, and we were convinced that it was a great exercise, but we wouldn't get it. We were really surprised when we did. So the inspiration for our project, not only the NEH's desire to fund humanities projects, but also one of the things that Jamie particularly brought to the table, things that he'd really been thinking about, is that contemporary advances in technology, as you've already said, just promise a lot of benefits for humanity. Gary's optimism is right. There are just limitless applications. The rapid turnout of the COVID vaccine, right, using RNA technology is just one example. The application of RNA technology has extraordinary benefits that we don't even know yet. We'll get Jenna to tell us more about that. But they can also, as you've already said, that double-edged sword, they can increase the challenges that we have to promote human flourishing, and even maybe challenge what it means, what our understanding is of what it means to be human. I think we're finding that in Eubanks's readings that we're looking at. So human activities that provide data, right? Online shopping, shoot, just shopping down at Dillon's, interacting with law enforcement, going to the doctor, filling up your gas tank, applying for social services, applying for student financial aid. This is just a short list of things, right? And technologies then have these data sets, this data that can be turned into data sets that can track our movements. I love GPS. I love my Garmin. I'm old school. I love the Garmin. But we can track our movements. We can map our faces, store and share our data, predict our choices even, right? So tomorrow's professionals really have to grasp not only the technological aspects of digital tools in their fields, which we're really excited to have people from social work, education, biology, engineering, talk to us, psychology, talk to us about some of the new things that are coming up in their fields that are just brand new emerging technologies. So we have these amazing tools, but we also have these implications that we have to consider. Now, with regard to humanities and technology, yes, humanities people always like to talk about, it's not STEM that we want our students to tackle, but STEAM, right? We are so cute and a little late to the buffet, but STEM education, adding the arts, becomes STEM, right? STEAM, sorry. And through multiple surveys of employers today, they regularly cite that these humanistic skills, these dispositions such as critical thinking, ethical judgment, and reasoning are really very important for college graduates, right? Let's see, we have somebody in the chat who's either happy about STEAM or, thank you. Even better, STEAM? Okay, you'll have to explain that one, Jamie. But humanities,
just throw the humanities in there too.
STEAM. I just gave me, it makes me hankering now for a bagel and a schmear, but that's a whole nother.
Exactly.
Thank you. So our humanities skills and dispositions, right? We think, and there's so many things to consider with regard to humanities skills and dispositions. Jamie and I'll let Jamie take a look at this PowerPoint before we got started. And he was like, oh, there's more things you need to add. And sure, but I'm just cribbing from our humanities proposal here. And so feel free to sing out if you think there's other things we need to have here. Humanities skills and dispositions that are often cited are things like critical thinking, which a lot of our professional programs and our social science programs do too. Systems thinking, right? Going beyond just the small problem, but thinking about the big picture, right? And a lot of our disciplines do that, who are represented here do that as well. Cultural agility, I think this is a very nice one. And I think younger people in particular have extraordinary aptitude for cultural agility, more so than perhaps people in my generation. So, but we hope that the humanities helps people appreciate, deal with, interact, communicate with multiple cultures. Other issues that the context and the general themes of the humanities help with are things like judgment, right? Collaboration, curiosity, communication, empathy, leadership. So these are a lot of the skills and dispositions that employers in particular tend to cite for their incoming employees that seem to be lacking when humanities aren't on the table. It doesn't mean that everybody who has a humanities major will ultimately display all these things, but these are some of the goals that humanities courses, humanities approaches tend to emphasize.
Just in case people are wondering, the one that I threw in there was imagination, which, I mean, all of these are important, and I'm sure there are many more, not an exhaustive list by any stretch, but I think imagination is particularly important as we try to imagine our way to a different future. And that was actually something that I noticed as I was kind of reviewing Eubanks's conclusion, that she talks about we need the ability to imagine a different future.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The quarantine, the closed off nature of COVID, right? And who knows how we'll be going forward in our socialization and such, but to imagine a world with less human interaction, I don't know. but to also think of ways to imagine our way out of climate issues, pandemics, unethical manipulation of our data, all of that, right? Very good. Let's see. So we looked at the NEH and what they wanted. We looked at this problem of the human condition, human values and technology. And we knew that the mission at Newman University was also particularly poised for this project. And we got feedback from the NEH that said, wow, Newman's mission really speaks to this issue, really is an asset for us to funding them because they do this already. So at Newman, as you well know, we uphold the mission and our values through our liberal arts curriculum that emphasizes relationship building pedagogy, that emphasizes community service, and emphasizes collaborative learning, right? So these are some of the things that people constantly cite us for as something we do well. In our NSP, our general education program, we're integrative, we're experiential. We like to help undergraduates position themselves well going into the market, but we also think our total approach to education positions Newman well to think about the ascent of technology in connection to this decline in humanistic study, right? So that's pulling out the big guns in that regard. So NEH has its plans. We have inspiration. Newman's a good place to do this. So here are our project goals. And this is what we presented to the NEH: to expand the role of humanities at Newman by developing new credit-bearing curriculum, emphasizing integrative and experiential learning. We want to create collaborative partnerships between faculty in the humanities and other disciplines, which we're doing right now. We're very excited. We want to develop meaningful community partnerships, not only on campus, but off campus, right? So with nonprofit and for-profit employers in the region. And we're working on, we're pretty confident about it, this establishment of a certificate program to prepare Newman graduates to enter this new workforce, this new reality, with an innovative set of skills that connect the humanities to their professional careers. So we went into our planning process, right? So we set up this proposal, the NEH liked it. We went into our planning process and we thought we'd tell you a little bit about what we learned in that planning year. And this is Christy and David in particular, very, very valuable for helping us get going on this. Greg also contributed last year to helping us understand his ideas and psychology's approach. We also have Will Graves, who was helping us a lot, who was part of the original team, right? So, so about half of us were working pretty hard on this. And what we found out was that in limited surveys on campus, we found out that non-humanities colleagues and students really support this idea of a certificate program that focuses on the intersection of technology and human values. We also had feedback from a guest expert, much like Gary, this time Lee Johnson, and she suggested that originally we were thinking about 4 different tracks, right? And she said, oh, shoot, make it bigger, go 6. And let me talk to you about the 6 that I think look really good. So that's why all of you are here today, is we expanded from looking at criminal justice and data analytics to also include biology and psychology and social work and education. So there we go. So that's some of the things we learned. We modified our original ideas. We were thinking sort of a learning community approach to delivering this pedagogy, but COVID and other technological developments in education convinced us that maybe something that we're calling an integrative module might be a better approach. You'll see more about that. The other thing we learned, and I hope you feel the same way when you're done, is that the summer workshop approach really helped. It helped me, really helped faculty and staff to develop content knowledge regarding technology and their fields, technology and other fields. It certainly did for me, and also to help faculty and staff develop new ideas regarding integrative and experiential learning, more dynamic, sort of high impact practices for the classroom, for the campus community and beyond. So we really thought that well, we just had a good time. And so we wanted to try to recreate that. And so we're so glad you're here. So we revised our original design that we had for our planning grant, right? We added a 1 credit, we're calling it a service seminar at this point. David will introduce that to you later. And we added the idea of an internship, probably within the major, but you'll see more about that. We also developed a community advisory board to support internships and real world problem solving, right? So we're hopeful. We're still kind of arguing about this. I don't know what you guys think. We'll ask your impression. We have this e-portfolio at Canvas. We're thinking that we'd like to have our students who go through this process sort of have a depository, a place to put all their work, right? So that they can look at it, we can look at it. And we're thinking about the e-portfolio system at Canvas. Gary and I talked about that last week, and he kind of convinced me that that's an important thing. And then we also found that working with university advancement has been very beneficial to develop content, which we'll talk, so I'll talk to some of you later about, and to publicize the fact that Newman is working really hard.
Can I just chip in one other point, Cheryl?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, about the portfolio, unless I missed it. I think one of the things that really attracted us about that idea of an e-portfolio is the way it might facilitate iterative work. So, there's this idea of integrative or interdisciplinary learning that I think of as a horizontal connection between disciplines. So kind of more or less simultaneously, you've got students kind of getting different perspectives from different disciplines. But we also understand that as students learn and advance through a program, their perspective changes, and iterating an assignment, maybe a short paper that becomes a longer paper that's supplemented with additional research, revisions and so forth, that they can kind of combine their perspectives, their earlier and later perspectives, and develop better work. And the portfolio would be a way to maintain that work and make it accessible to students and to faculty members in later courses. So I think that's something. I don't know if we're going to talk about that a whole lot because we haven't really worked that out in much detail yet, but I did want to throw that in there.
Oh, no, that's great. And I think it would be also good to get people's advice on that because, well, I'm reminded of Eubanks in that chapter we read on the Allegheny experiment or the Allegheny algorithm. And, some people wanting to pull themselves out of that algorithm, and the fellow in charge would say, oh, no, but that we want all this data. We don't want people going out of the system. We want more and more people in the system. So we have this huge data pool. And so I'm reminded that with an e-portfolio, we would have more data for data's sake and for analysis sake. But Gary and I were talking over lunch last week about the importance for students to have e-portfolios because you can submit a resume, right? You can submit a resume, but what if you could put on your resume some links that link to your e-portfolio so that anyone looking at your resume could, I think as Gary said in his engineering fashion, they could drill down deeper into some of your experiences by going to this e-portfolio. So this e-portfolio approach should have the ability to facilitate learning for the students, facilitate assessment for the faculty, but then also facilitate the ability to talk about your experiences in college and how they helped you to be prepared for the job you're applying for, right? That would be the trifecta. That would be the triple crown of this. And maybe, and again, technology, maybe we'll get deeper into that Canvas portfolio system and we'll figure it out. So we'll see. Let's see, moving forward, because I don't want to totally mesmerize you with my flipping slides here. So the other thing we did is Jamie and I and David and Christy, all of us put a lot of time last year in a year when, thank you very much, David and Christy and Jamie, nobody was on the grant payroll because our planning grant was kind of done, kept working to pilot what we're going to call classes that are sort of humanities hubs. Right now, that's, and this could change, that's History 1013, that's Philosophy 3033. Both of these, on our campus are part of the Newman Studies program. They're part of the General Education program and the philosophy component. So here we have it, that we've created these hubs that we hope will be a starting place for us talking about the pedagogy.
Carol,
Yeah,
at one point, would you make those syllabi available to the rest of us?
absolutely, absolutely. I think right now at Canvas, but I'm happy to send them to you. I think we have the History 1013 syllabus there. I'll double check that I made it available. I might have put it up there.
You do, it's in a module right below the workshop module.
Okay, and then the module right below that is Jamie. Jamie has his whole philosophy 3033 just bit by, part by part. He's got that module there. So
Yeah, the integrative module that would be shared with, it's sort of a template, and it contains the ethics portion, most of the ethics portion of that integrative template, and then other faculty from different disciplines could add in their own complementary content, and that could be kind of refined. But yeah, that's up there. I'm not sure if the syllabus that I have for my course is up there or not, but I can make sure it is.
excellent. Yeah, because we did actually include syllabi for the grant application, which was good, because it forced us to really try to come up with some ideas. But I think, at least from my perspective, I don't know about Jamie, since we wrote that grant, I think and gone through some workshopping here, those ideas have changed a bit. But still, absolutely, get them up there. Please take advantage of them. Very cool, very cool. So I'm resisting a digression. So I'm proud that I did. For the emphasis in technology and human values, and honestly, the ETHV thing is growing on me, Jamie. I'd still like a better list of letters there for us, but that's okay. It's an intentional integration. It's an intentional integration. I can't emphasize that enough. That we currently in our general education program, we hope that our courses and our coursework and our ideas come together, but this is intentionally integrating the humanities with other disciplines, right? So we're going to create integrative experiential learning opportunities. We'll talk more about what those mean as we go forward. We're going to featuring technology and general education courses like history and ethics. So doing that STEAM work, if you were, or STEAM as Jamie prefers, in the general education programming that any student can take, but certificate aspirants will really want to take these. Through these courses, students engage not only in the traditional content, because we have to maintain that traditional content, right? We have to talk about history. We have to talk about ethics. We maintain the traditional content, the context, and the value of both history and ethics. But we also create connections between the lessons learned in the humanities and their application in professional fields. So I kind of feel like we're speeding up the humanities. We're ramping them up for real world applications. I teach ancient history. I have to always ramp up history for today. Let's see. So our summer workshop, we're going to allow us as a group, right, to develop our own understanding of the roles current and emerging technologies play in our field. Sorry, I got a dog at my feet. So the workshop will allow us to, as a group, to develop our understanding of the roles that current and emerging technologies play in our fields, right? And then also consider how to best help our students understand the connection between these technologies that are coming at them. If the ones that we already understand, but then the ones that are preparing them for the ones that aren't here yet, right? And how all this connects to the human condition. So we'll engage, I hope, in our summer workshop. We'll engage in the kind of integrative experiential collaboration between the experts all around this Zoom room and in person next Monday, in the humanities, and you experts in these fields, the fields of mathematics, statistics. We have fine arts with Rachel, engineering with Gary, psychology, law, communication, criminal justice, education, biology, data analytics, social work. Have I left anybody out? Psychology, criminal justice, biology. And we want to engage in this kind of thing that we want to model for our students, right? So I'm hopeful. I'm so happy you guys are here. I thank you for putting up with this Zoom lecture and my little dog who is just a little too uncomfortable. He just got a haircut, so he's itchy. But thank you very much. Any questions or thoughts on what we're planning to do and how we're planning to proceed, or how we got here.
Yeah, I think Cheryl really touched on the workshop goals. We kind of developed a little bit more formal workshop goals that are included on the schedule. And the first one is really to make sure that we all basically are wrapping our heads around what we're trying to do overall, right? What are the overall aims of this program, ETHV, or whatever we come up with? I kind of have reconciled myself to ETHV. Frank, I couldn't come up with anything better myself at any rate. So hopefully by the end of the workshop, if not already, you feel like, okay, I get what we're doing as a whole here. But I mean, if there are any questions kind of that we could address now as we're getting started to kind of help frame what we're going to be doing over the next several hours that we're spending together.
I feel really good myself, so
Yeah.
I mean,
you've been on board for a little while, so
yeah.
you have maybe a little bit of a leg up, but good.
I tell you, one of the things that Jamie said, I guess it was in a meeting we were having with our VP for Academic Affairs, Gary, this is Alden, is that at least for us here at Newman, you know, we're a teaching college and we get so little opportunity to engage in professional development. And Jamie said, professional development that's kind of meaningful, that helps us think about our own fields, whether it be history or education, social work or biology, psychology, criminal justice. We have to kind of think about for only a couple of weeks, right? What's going on in our fields? And then we get to think about, as Lindsay said in her little discussion post on Eubanks, you know, so how the hell do I teach this, right? What do I do to help prepare my students to engage with what's going on in their fields technologically? Or do I just kind of wait until it hits them in the face when they get their first job, right? So I think that for me is pretty exciting to be able to think about my own professional development. I'm learning so much from all your fields. And then to think about how I can translate that into the classroom, to me is a double hit. It makes me feel like I'm doing something good for my intellectual soul, but it also makes me think that as a teaching college, right, I'm doing something really good for my students and just why I'm here. So,
and one of the other goals for the workshop is to really look at experiential learning. And I just wanted to mention that's something I'm particularly excited to hear from my colleagues about. In philosophy, there certainly are people who implement experiential learning techniques, but I have struggled to kind of identify those kinds of opportunities to make the time to explore and implement them. And I'm really eager to find out what works. I know, Lindsay, you posted a couple of things that you do in social work on the Canvas discussion board. Thank you for that. Shout out. But also those sounded like great ideas. On the other hand, I feel like with social work, it's kind of built for that. You have a practicum, and of course you do, right? You wouldn't send your students out into the world without giving them some practice. Philosophy is a little bit different in terms of why students major in philosophy, the handful that do, or why they're taking philosophy courses at all. And so I need to think about, you know, how can I bring this into my courses and maybe even overcome a little bit of skepticism that I still have. Maybe that's just still the remnant from how I was taught, where I didn't do experiential learning in college. Or maybe I did, and I just said to myself that reading books and talking about them and writing about them, aren't those experiences, at least for the philosopher who's engaged in the life of the mind? Those are experiences too, right? So anyway, I just wanted to kind of plug that. We won't be talking about that directly so much today, but I'm putting all of you on notice. I'm looking for some good ideas.
Very cool. Very cool.
Excuse me. So to follow with Jamie, if I may, the experiential learning, I'm very excited to hear about that. Of course, not the first time with our workshop or grant. Well, in education, I think that's a big thing. Since, I mean, of course, the famous John Dewey, he's the strong advocate for experiential learning. And in our classrooms, we do a lot of hands-on activities. I think, of course, we can call that the experiences we try our best to maximize before they go into the classroom. Of course, like a social work and many other majors, we have the practicum or internship for them to get the real experiences. I guess I will try to formulate a question then. So the experiential learning part with our with this experience, so we probably will try to roll out technology integration or more technology integration in our own courses, in addition to the gen ed courses in history and ethics, right? And I think from the Cheryl and Jamie, you told me that we are going to do it by stage, according to our disciplines. Is that right?
So the launching of the different tracks, the education track or the biology track, that would happen in a staged or a staggered kind of way. Yes.
But I'm also hopeful. I'm not sure if this is, I think this was in your question. I'm also hopeful that when it comes to things like history, right, that we can also get on board people in English, people in art, theater, communication, to sort of, and Rachel said, yes, to sort of embrace this idea as well, so that it's an option, an opportunity to expand the idea beyond just at least history at my level.
Thank you. Awesome.
Jamie, as you're thinking, I'm thinking about our interprofessional education, which is more simulation based. It's more controlled by the proctors, where we meet with nursing, and KU happens to run the simulation because it's the IPE is a model that's used in hospitals, but we get our social workers in the room with those doctors and with those nurses and rad techs and all of the healthcare professionals that they would work on an interdisciplinary team. And it makes me think of, where's there room for us to maybe create that for those non-practice based majors, for people like philosophy or historians to be able to do that kind of interdisciplinary thought activity, maybe around technology. Maybe that's a second simulation type thing that we could develop maybe in-house for our students to go through one of those thought experiments of how do we think through implementing a new technology or whatever scenario we set up for those students. But I think that there's opportunities, just like we've talked about doing the same with education. How do we teach them what integration looks like when you're working across the disciplines in social work and education, where we have lots of overlap of our work?
Yeah, that's, and I mean, what you're describing is almost like a prototypical kind of thing, because it's explicitly experiential and it's explicitly integrative. You know, it's not just that social workers are going out and working with other social workers. You're working with all sorts of other professionals and other disciplines, and figuring out how to communicate your concerns and your expertise to people from different backgrounds. And so I think that's a great model. And I appreciate the suggestion that we could think about other kinds of simulations or experiences that might be less focused on a specific kind of practice, but maybe on the practice of thinking, but across disciplinary boundaries and so forth. So thank you.
May I jump in for a minute?
Yeah.
Lindsay, as you were talking, it just really stimulated something in me for whatever reason. And, you know, we're married to this sort of industrial revolution school system approach, you know, where you've got classes that happen at class times and they're scheduled and all that kind of thing. And I don't know that we're ever going to be able to get away from that. But it just occurred to me, like, you know, I'm looking at this Zoom panel with people from all these different disciplines. Why the hell aren't we students? You know, I mean, we have this technology. Like, what if a psychology class and a philosophy class got together on Zoom and had a discussion about technological optimism versus pessimism or whatever, or just any combination of that? You know, we're talking about using technology. Can we leverage technology to kind of break out of this traditional? And I'm very traditional, right? So, you know, I'm not saying throw everything out, but at the same time, I mean, we've got to recognize there have to be different ways of doing things. And so what if our classes, if we could dissolve part of that Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 11 aspect and use technology to get people from different majors and different classes communicating about, or even just talking about something that's interesting, or working on a project together or something like that.
Yeah, I think that with the integrative module, we're thinking about doing that at least in a limited way. And kind of what I hear you saying is, why stop there? I mean, we don't have to have a formal 2-week model that we have both put into our syllabi necessarily to just kind of deviate from the pattern in ways that seem productive. So yeah, let's keep thinking about ways of doing things differently, especially taking advantage of technology and the opportunities that creates.
Yeah, I love that. I'm bringing into my little humanities hub World Civ 1 class, I'm bringing in Lori Steiner just to talk a little bit about the importance of math and the human condition. I'm reminded of, darn, his name is escaping me, but Jared Diamond, who's a biologist who talks about the connections between brain activity and mathematics and human history, right? So how cool would it be to have Lori and Greg and a historian talking about math, psychology, and history? And just one simple question, one simple idea, and just to show the students how interwoven that then becomes when you think about how the brain functions, what's the utility of math, and then how math might, and the ability to do math in human history has changed governments, has moved militaries, has inspired artists, right? So I think that would be really a nifty thing to think about, is a way
I love that. And that's the kind of thing, you know, that I get excited about, as you know. I love talking about those kinds of things. But I just want to be clear, I'm talking about not just having Lori Steiner, but what if Lori's math class joined your history class, right?
No, I agree.
If both classes did some preparation. You know, what if one of my psychology class, like my neurophysiology class I'm teaching this fall, joined you know, so that the class could have the students. I think it's very easy for us, and as we proceeded, there's a real tendency to, you know, as we look at interdisciplinary, we look at it from the perspective of the teachers. Oh, let's have a team talk class or something like that where students are exposed to multiple perspectives. But I don't know, what just really flashed on me for whatever reason when Lindsay said that is, why can't we get students from different classes, you know, in real time or asynchronous? I mean, there's a million ways to do it, but you know, not just focus on the professors providing that interdisciplinarity. And not to take away from what you're saying, but
no. And my general bias has always been time constraint, that I feel like I'm supposed to be grounded in a classroom at a particular time, right? And otherwise I'll create inconvenience for people. But why the heck not? Why not create an opportunity like this that's beyond the space and time constraints of a typical classroom? We have the technology. Why not? I think that's great. Well, I want to pursue that.
Yeah, and you know, one of the constraints that we recognized right at the beginning was, well, when we talk about integrative learning, we oftentimes just go immediately to team teaching. And we've, of course, tried to implement that at the capstone level, but for various reasons, resource reasons and others, that hasn't been something that we've been able to really sustain in a robust way. So we kind of asked ourselves, well, how can we get integrative experiences without just going to more team teaching. That's really a non-starter, especially when we're talking about gen ed courses and more intermediate level courses. And so, yeah, the integrative module was one option where we kind of compress the doubling up of faculty involvement to a shorter period. This is another way of doing that same thing where you have two different classes, two different faculty members, and it doesn't have to extend over the whole semester. You can get, I'm sure, a lot of value out of one or two interactions, because what we really want to do is facilitate students making those connections themselves. As Cheryl said, our current gen ed level courses are kind of based on that familiar cafeteria model. Students take a hodgepodge of courses, and we hope that they're going to see connections and build those integrations. But I think they would be helped a lot in doing that if they could just have even some few experiences of that direct interaction. So this is great.
This isn't necessarily the place to drive through all the way on this, but you know, I mean, it just occurs to me a very simple step would be to start to be intentional about scheduling some of our courses.
Yeah.
And just to start pairing, just at a small level, you know, to pair and link, like maybe history 101.3 and philosophy and or whatever, you know, and just and over time overcome some of those practical obstacles.
We've done those capstone scheduling meetings where everybody gets in a room and kind of does that. Maybe we need something kind of similar for ETHV courses where we can kind of just, you know, coordinate.
Very cool. Well, I know, I hate to interrupt, this is a great discussion, but we also want to give people breaks because we don't want people to be too Zoom fatigued. We know it's going to happen. So by my little watch, it's 9:55. So we've already gone a little bit over. So what are you thinking, Jamie? Should we come back in 10 minutes, 15 minutes? You're sort of our schedule master.
Yeah, I thought a 10-minute break made sense. We're having one every hour. I think 10 minutes should be enough. So everybody go get yourself some more coffee or a bite to eat or whatever you need to do.
Go sit on the porch. Yeah.
See you. Yeah, go outside, touch grass.
And we're well, mine's getting kind of brittle, so but yeah, and we have presentations from Greg and from Lindsay to start us off on discussions about, as they've already done, on social work and psychology coming up in our next little session. So be prepared to ask them questions.
All right.
Yeah.
Come back at 10:06. Welcome back, everyone. I see a few cameras coming back on. We'll take another minute or so, let everybody come back and get situated.
Wow,
Hey,
very,
Cheryl.
hey, very stimulating first hour. I always figure we gotta wake people up. But thank you, everybody. Great contributions. I will be trying to keep notes, and I know that Rachel is recording, right, for us, and we're kind of recording for NEh posterity to make sure we have a good record of all the things we do in case they ask, but also to sort of think about how we could take some of these really terrific ideas and maybe actually, put them into action for what we're doing. So I'll try to type up notes, if you will, and disseminate them. And if you have anything to add to them, good, please do. If you have the time and you're so inclined.
Maybe we can just upload the transcript.
That too. I didn't think about that. Oh, but I'm an historian. The transcript is a fine primary source, but it absolutely has no meaning until someone analyzes it.
Right. You've got to curate the information into meaning. Well, are we all back and ready to go? Looks like it. So the next hour is a chance for two of our colleagues to share some of their insights about developments in technology relevant to their fields. So we have, I think, flipped a coin or something like that and listed Greg first and then Lindsay, possibly alphabetical order, I don't know. But Greg, I guess you're up. So if you are ready to go, take it away.
All right, I guess I've got a little anxiety about this because I know Cheryl sent me an email a long time ago asking me to present at this, and I promptly filed it somewhere and forgot about it. And then not too long ago, she said, "Oh, you remember you're presenting, right?" And I tried to pretend like I knew what she was talking about. And I'm still not 100% sure what I was supposed to do. So I just did something. And hopefully at least some of this will get towards what we're looking at. My background is in psychology, so I wanted to look at the sort of intersection of technology and psychology in a variety of ways, some a little deeper, some not quite as deep. I'm also a clinical psychologist, so a little more of my orientation is going to be towards therapy and mental health. But I thought, how long do I have? How much time?
I think, go ahead, Jamie. We can't hear you, but I think you might have said 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, I said 25 minutes total. If you could go
between the two of us.
No, it's the hour for the two of you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's longer than I thought. I thought it was 10 or 15 minutes, but anyway, we'll see. Once I get started talking.
We'll have comments too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just see what it is then. I'll keep a little bit of eye on the time here, but let's see. I think I'm able to share my screen. It looks like here. So.
Yeah.
All right. So let me go back. So I just kind of wanted to look at the interaction between psychology and technology. And one of the obvious ways is that there's certain fields of psychology, both traditional and emerging, that have a lot to do, I think, with technology. Obviously, there's educational psychology and anything looking at instructional design and the psychology of learning. And related to that a little bit, let me go in a different order, is cognitive psychology, where we're modeling mental processes. And we do that in terms of neuropsychology, but also cognitive psychology has drawn a lot on advances in computers and artificial intelligence and things like that to model human thought processes. Just a quick diversion. It's kind of interesting that early on in this process, cognitive psychology looked at computers to do this, but they very quickly realized that we have to redo how we use computers to model human thought processes. So like, for example, when they first developed computer chess programs, you know, they tried to look at every possible move and select the best possible move. And they quickly found that that was actually impossible because of the infinite number of possibilities out there. And so computers couldn't even really do it. And so they realized there's no way that expert chess players are doing that. And they realized that expert chess players use heuristics, simplified rules of thumbs. Like, for example, you know, move your pawns out first, open your knights before your bishops, and things like that. So in a really interesting thing, one of the things they did is they started, instead of like trying to look at computers and use that to understand humans, they would look at humans and try to develop computer programs that would think the way that humans seem to be thinking, and actually make the kinds of errors that humans make. Because then that makes us think, oh, well, maybe that tells us something about how human beings are thinking. So anyway, I think that's kind of an interesting little aside there. And then you know, looking at the correlations between that and the wiring, so to speak, of our brain, which there's pros and cons to looking at the brain as like a computer, but that's a whole nother discussion. I think also social psychology, particularly as we look at the impact of social media. And of course, I'm going to be talking a little more about clinical psychology, but there are emerging new disciplines out there that they're calling like digital psychology and cyber psychology, where people are you know, really specializing in this intersection. So that's interesting to me, and I'm not really familiar with those fields. But I feel like, I guess I could do this as a slideshow. Let me. Sorry about that. So I feel like this could work in pretty much every field. There's no way, I mean, you know, psychology right now has 56 major divisions in it, and you could make an argument that all of these are going to be impacted by technology. I'm kind of randomly looking at exercise and sports psychology, and I'm thinking about, I think David Cochran actually in his job interview did a presentation on how they use data management systems to track how much time basketball players are holding balls, for example, and to try to minimize that, you know. So just all over the board here. Obviously, technology has a lot of intersection in the teaching of psychology, and I chose not to go into that too much because that's something that applies across all disciplines and isn't really unique to psychology. But you know, the COVID crisis, I think, hurled us into this digital world, and I think it's here to stay for a variety of reasons. And there's certainly advantages and disadvantages to the online presentation, but we all had to get very familiar. I always kind of laugh. I mean, before COVID, we just were learning Canvas, you know, we just switched over to Canvas. So we had to learn Canvas immediately. I didn't even know what Zoom was before COVID, and we had to learn Zoom. And I'd never done an online class, and we had to adapt in whatever clunky way, you know, I did to the online environment. So setting up virtual classrooms. Of course, I think sometimes we need to remember technology is not new. Plato railed against the introduction of books because he thought it would decrease people's memory, you know, and he may in fact be correct about that. But, you know, everything's technology. And, you know, we've had videos and video learning and things like that. I think augmented reality kind of settings are kind of interesting. I'm going to come back. Well, yeah, let me just go ahead and mention it here. I came across this, which I think is interesting. There's a measure called the ACE. I'm not sure what it stands for, but it's out of University of California at San Francisco. And they have some tablet-based tool that they give to elementary and middle school students that they can use to assess their cognitive functioning in real time, sort of throughout the day. So that's really kind of an interesting idea. You know, how is your executive functioning doing? Are you showing lapses in your attention? Those kinds of things. So I can easily see this stuff being implemented more into, you know, at first in terms of assessment, but later in terms of changing how we do instruction. So there are a lot of advantages to using technology in education. I think it's easier to personalize education, at least theoretically. Assessment and grading can be accomplished very efficiently. There's a lot of opportunities for the formation of communities and collaborative work. There's a lot of opportunities for engagement in a way that doesn't necessarily happen in a traditional classroom, although we, try to be as engaging as possible, but we can do, multiple ways of engaging people. And at least theoretically, it offers flexible delivery to students, which I think is important. I'm kind of interested because way back in the 50s and 60s, Skinner, B.F. Skinner, the famous American behaviorist psychologist, advocated something he called programmed learning. He thought that the way that we do education was not really effective. And so he really advocated teaching in small units and doing frequent testing and assessment so that people can get immediate feedback on what they're learning. They have the opportunity to review things to mastery, and they can work at their own pace, which doesn't really happen in traditional education. We tend to teach, especially I did for a long time, for a month, and then I would give an exam over the first 4 weeks and the second 4 weeks and things like that. And by the time they got the grading back, we've already moved on to other things. There's no opportunity to go back and relearn that, except maybe if you have comprehensive finals and they need to review that. And so, if you're learning it really quickly, you're bored. If you're learning it very slowly, you're overwhelmed. But we keep teaching to the middle, and you have to follow the teacher's pace. So I think I'm fascinated with this, and I've incorporated a little bit of this, but I don't do a lot of it. But I really think that technology is built to do precisely these kinds of things that Skinner thought would produce more effective learning. It's so easy using technology to teach in modules like we're talking about, small units of information, do immediate testing and assessment and get that feedback, and give people multiple exams, multiple things they can study, even perhaps sometimes letting people work at their own pace and learn things up to a mastery level instead of a kind of a normative curve level. In what I've seen, most things that look at technology and teaching say that you still need direction. We can't just turn people loose with an online course. People actually need direction and guidance. We need coaching with that, and because people need to have different perspectives. So all this online learning doesn't remove the need of having an experienced, let's say, psychologist, because I still think a lot of what you learn, let's say in psychology, and it's true in any field, is you learn how a psychologist thinks by listening to the professor and just how they present that material and how they answer questions and things like that. I think also psychology is heavily involved in looking at the way that technology shapes behavior. And like I said earlier, this is a double-edged sword. I think it increases our access to information, obviously. Of course, on the negative side, it does that in terms of sound bites and memes. So there's less opportunity for sustained thought and critical thinking. I'm not saying the opportunity is not there, but it's not really presented in a Facebook meme or a 60-second TikTok post or something like that. We know that people are vulnerable to the confirmation bias, where we tend to look at things we agree with already. It's just one of many heuristic biases in the way that people process information. Your brain, in many ways, you could argue, is designed to avoid thinking because for survival value, a lot of times we need to make rapid, shortcut decisions. So, one of these biases is the confirmation bias, where we look at things that confirm what we agree with already, and we try to ignore things that could disconfirm or prove us wrong. And, when you look at like Facebook algorithms and TikTok algorithms and things like that, what you have is technology increasing the confirmation bias on purpose. Oh my God. So I think that technology changes our communication patterns as opposed to face-to-face communication. People have increased technological skill. If you've got kids, you'll know, the iPhone is so intuitive that 3- and 4-year-olds can get on there and start navigating that, and they have skills like like Gary was saying earlier, you know, a lot of the digital natives have skills that I don't have, and I may never really have. But like I said, there's less ability for sustained thought, dialogue, writing. I think I might say this somewhere else, but you know, you don't learn to write by watching YouTube videos. I have a very strong belief that that you learn to write in many ways by reading, because I think the more you read, you start to get in your head templates of what good writing sounds like. And so people that don't read don't have those templates, and they have a lot of trouble writing. And you know, one of the things I think we see now is just, I mean, there's a huge absence of reading, I think, in a lot of young people nowadays, and you often see that reflected in their writing abilities. We do see there is evidence that technology increases people's visual spatial ability, and it increases their multitasking ability, which again is a double-edged sword. Studies show that multitasking, people that multitask do worse at each job than they would if they just did one alone. But technology kind of trains us to multitask and switch rapidly between topics. At its best, technology, I think, promotes connection. There are so many communities, online communities that are formed. It can provide cases, like in terms of case studies for us. It can provide support, and people that don't have support, people can feel connected, and it provides tremendous opportunities for creativity and self-expression. I would kind of like to brag on my stepdaughter, my youngest daughter, a little bit. She is a little bit of an artist, and I'm not going to show it to you all, but she was asked to do some illustrations for a little book that my wife's boss wrote on, or coworker wrote on, surviving the tornado. And Hadley was able to do those illustrations, and it's now sort of published as a book, an illustrated book on a website for this particular therapy group. So I mean, just those kind of opportunities are amazing. Who had those opportunities, you know, to be a self-published illustrator at 14 and things like that. So I think those kinds of things are really kind of awesome. Obviously, there's a lot, looking at the time here, a lot of intersection and concern about the effects of technology on our psychological development and on our mental health. And while moderate use of technology can be associated with many benefits, excessive use of technology is associated with a lot of problems. And so ironically, even though technology can increase connection, one of the big problems with technology is disconnection. People that use more technology have higher levels of anxiety and depression, especially teenagers. They're spending less time with family. I see that even in my own family, where people come home and just go into their rooms and get on their electronics. Cyberbullying is an increased concern. Sleep problems in young people, which sleep is so important for our mental health and for our development. But sleep problems, because for one thing, how much time people are spending on screens. They don't want to go to bed or playing games or something like that. Secondly, light at night, LAN, light at night. Staring into screens stimulates your brain to stay awake rather than to go to sleep. And studies show that these kids are sleeping with their phones on by their beds. And if somebody texted them at 3 a.m., they get up and answer those texts. You know, so I know somebody that will not work with a kid on depression unless they agree to put their cell phones outside their door every night when they go to bed, because they said there's no technique that's strong enough to overcome the effects of sleep deprivation on depression. It promotes social comparison and hence very often low self-esteem, as well as body issues and things like that. Sometimes, by the way, I don't have this on the slide, but sometimes it can promote negative communities. There are people that get, and I wasn't really aware of this, but until fairly recently, but you know, there's like self-harming communities and anorexic communities where they support each other in their disease and things like that. And of course, you know, there's a lot of people that get on and talk about their negative mental health and talk about suicidality, and those kinds of things can sometimes have a facilitating influence on other people that might be suicidal. And it in addition to creating community, it also can create tremendous social isolation, as we've seen, as you know, we all had to go online for COVID here. use of technology is decreasing our attention span. Different studies say different things, but none of them say our attention span is going up. So they have different measures. One of which dramatically said that the average child's attention span is less than that of a goldfish. Well, children are still developing, but it is a concern that all these studies are showing a decline in our attention span. And I've already mentioned some of these other, the thing about other factors is it might be unfair to blame technology alone on this, because sleep deprivation, things like poor mental health, social isolation, there may be many other factors that are contributing to this decline in attention span. But technology appears to be one of those. People that spend increased time online or on screen have decreased physical activity, which has all kinds of implications for your physical and mental health. And here's where I said you don't learn to write by watching YouTube videos. So there is some decline in school performance that some studies are showing. Some problems with emotional development, less self-awareness, because people that are online all the time aren't spending as much time with their own thoughts and feelings. Difficulties with self-regulation. Internet produces this immediate gratification that's associated with low frustration tolerance. That's what LFT stands for, low frustration tolerance. So it can increase impulsivity and people's tendency to react rather than to reflect. It can create declines in people's social skills, declines in people's empathy. There's a study where they sent people to a summer camp without electronics for a week. And by the end of that week, the ability of students to read and respond to nonverbal cues had increased measurably after just a week off of electronics. There are other things showing where you put people on, take them off of electronics, their irritability and defiance and things like that decrease. So it can affect our empathy through attunement and rapport, like I was talking about, but also through self-absorption sometimes. And it can decrease our motivation. In order to grow personally, for sustained personal growth, which is what PG stands for there for me, personal growth here, you need the ability to sustain your attention, and you need to have a high frustration tolerance in order to persist at tasks involving personal growth. And the excessive use of technology can undermine those. Studies showing depression without constant stimulation, disorganization, poor focus, decreased short-term memory. Internet addiction is a thing. It's a big thing that a lot of people are addressing now. One source I looked at said they've identified 5 major sources of internet addictions, one of which is net compulsions like online gambling and shopping and things like that. Cyber sex, porn addiction is a huge thing. They tried to do a study in Canada comparing young men who'd looked at porn with young men who'd not looked at porn. And they couldn't do the study because they couldn't find young men who'd not looked at porn online. And it can create a lot of problems for people, particularly in their relationships. Cyber relationship addictions. People get addicted to online relationships rather than face-to-face personal relationships. Compulsive information seeking. We know that is doom scrolling sometimes, or FOMO, fear of missing out. And then gaming addiction. People that are just addicted to playing online games. So with all these concerns with mental health, it's kind of interesting that we're also looking at using technology to increase therapy outreach to try to address, a lot of these mental health issues. And the big thing, of course, is teletherapy, or the online delivery of counseling and psychotherapy. And I now actually do exclusively teletherapy myself. Some students, some clients like that, some don't. But, with COVID, again, we had to switch to doing online therapy, and insurance agreed to pay for it for a while, but everybody pretty much agrees teletherapy is really kind of here to stay. And I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. But there's also, it's interesting, there are a lot of websites and apps out there, and I'm not super familiar with these, but they're under development all the time to provide mental health to people through a website or through an app. Some of these are targeted, so you look at some specific things like anxiety or depression. There's some things out there giving teletherapy and support to caregivers who experience a lot of isolation and mental health problems. There's software for socially isolated adults and elders to try to stimulate their brains and mental processes. Mental stimulation for like autistic kids and things like that. So there's a lot of websites and apps that are out there, and they're on the rise. And transdiagnostic just means maybe they're not targeted to any specific mental issue, but they might just try to promote your overall mental health and well-being. Most of these so far have been cognitive behavioral approaches because that lends itself very well to an online kind of modular delivery. It's very task-based, homework-based kind of approach in a lot of ways. But other things are out there as well, like acceptance commitment therapy and mindfulness and things like that. If I'm going too fast or somebody needs to break in, please do. I'm just trying to kind of make sure Lindsay has a little bit of time as well here. These apps and things like that can be used for digital assessment and symptom monitoring. So you can track people's mood and symptoms on a hour by hour, day by day basis, which is phenomenally important. Like let's take bipolar disorder as an example. One of the things that happens with bipolar disorder is their mood starts to go up, 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 up before they go into a full-blown manic episode. And so if we're able to track that electronically, we usually have people do it on paper, but if we're able to track that electronically, we may be able to intervene before they move into a full-blown manic episode through medication or whatever else might be. So that would just be one example of that. Online skill training, like social skills training, things like that. Online therapist training and certification. Oh my gosh, with COVID, I ran my debt up because so many more online opportunities presented themselves that just I did not have the time to do before that. And so I actually have been through massive certification training through the Feeling Good Institute, and I mean, I guess the details don't really matter, but you know, I've worked hard to attain certain levels of certification that's all been available online that was not really available before. So, you know, these things provide access to underserved groups, people that ordinarily wouldn't have access to therapy services. They're more available, both geographically, like through teletherapy. People in rural Kansas can have access to high quality therapists that they might not have in other ways. There's also a couple of things out there, one of which I'm pursuing on multi-state licensing compacts. So that you can get licensing equivalency. Right now, PsyPact allows psychologists to be licensed in 31 states. That's and another one's on the books, on the way right now. So, you know, in terms of being able to provide outreach to people, that's phenomenal. Social work doesn't have the ability to do that yet, but they're working on that, I think. So that's probably coming because it just doesn't make sense not to do it in some ways. Being able to provide 24/7 services like the services that we're able to offer to students through online therapy. They have access 24/7, sometimes can be cost effective. So you might say, well, is this a second best or something? But all the studies that have come out so far show that really online therapy is not any worse. It's at least as effective as face-to-face therapy in the studies that we looked at. Now, clients don't always like it, but in terms of effectiveness, we're not really finding a difference in the outcome. Providing support rather than only online, like through an app or a website, does increase compliance and completion of the therapy course. And just a note that blended treatment may be an option as well, that you might be able to do in person and, you know, use a variety of things. So last slide for me is just looking at a few things about new horizons that are out there in terms of psychology. I think virtual reality is a huge deal. They're already using virtual reality for exposure therapy. Like let's take combat veterans who have PTSD. They already have online VR simulations of these traumatic environments to help provide exposure therapy, because exposure is one of the major documented ways to help people overcome anxiety kinds of issues. Artificial intelligence, a little scary to me, but for a long time we've had virtual therapists out there. They're pretty clunky still. I don't think I'm going to lose my job just yet, but you know, that's one example of application of artificial intelligence into psychotherapy. And I mean, we know that medical doctors do this already. They put symptoms in and they work through a computerized algorithm to have the medical doctor diagnose the patient that comes in. Increased access to information and education, amazing opportunities for research and assessment, to be able to form data management, databases, sorry, and we've already talked a little bit about data management systems and information systems. So I am not an expert in this area at all, but that's a little bit about what I know and have been able to find out about intersections of psychology and technology. So I will rest there.
Cool. Well, thank you, Greg. Very interesting. I know we just have probably, Jamie, a few minutes for questions, or before we go on to Lindsay, is that how we want to work this, or?
Yeah, it looks like it's 10:37, so I think we should probably keep the Q&A or comments pretty brief. Maybe
Well, I tell you,
have Lindsay start at 10:40.
I have a couple, and I'm not really sure where to start, but I'll just have one comment here. You talked about interesting developments, Greg, and early on in the history of artificial intelligence and thinking about chess, right? And using the behavioral patterns of humans in chess to actually program the AI. I thought that was really interesting. I just saw an article, I didn't bring it, but this is out of The Economist. And we've always known that we were using simulations in order to be more effective in, say, warfare. So your chess made me think of warfare. And they're now using more and more simulations to actually predict the outcome of specific battles, right? So before we go into this particular engagement in Ukraine or wherever it is we may be, that we're actually putting it into a simulator to see what the outcome of the battle is predicted.
Would you like to play a game? Is anybody?
Yes, there you go. Would you like to play a game?
Only way to win is not to play.
For those of you who aren't old enough to remember 80s movies, but yes, with Matthew Broderick and War Games. So yeah, very interesting stuff. But it's here, right? It's here and we're doing it. And then the other thing that occurred to me, and I'll just be quiet after this, Greg and I are famously outspoken introverts, and I have enjoyed my COVID isolation more than I should, and I know this to be the case. So I appreciate people who like to dive into the virtual world, and I get it. I now get it a lot more than I probably used to. But it occurred to me when you were talking, for those of us who teach Socratically in the classroom, right? And Greg's one of those people too. If you teach Socratically in the classroom and you throw out these open-ended questions, it's typically the less introverted who are willing to fill the silence, right? And I'm wondering if teaching virtually means that we actually get the introverted more likely to jump into those Socratic sessions or not, right? I think all of us are a little quieter on Zoom than we might otherwise be. But I'm just wondering if the introvert has a better chance to compete in the Socratic classroom if that classroom is virtual. I don't know. I don't know if there's an answer, but you were talking about that. That made me think about that.
Yeah.
So I'll be quiet.
Well, if anybody else wants to jump in.
Phrase outspoken introvert. I like that.
It was great.
Many of us are that.
I'm going to make just a really quick point because it's going to kind of fold through so much of what I do. But, one of the main points that sells a data analyst is the overcoming of the natural human biases, right? We want the data to help us see beyond our normal cognitive biases. But we can see, right, from our reading, how we tend to use it to reinforce our biases, or in some cases to introduce now a new kind of bias, right? A data-driven bias, really on the basis of trying to use a tool that is really not well equipped to do this, right? Because if we think about what it would take to actually deliver real data-driven insight on some of these problems, the amount of surveillance we would need to have, right, just becomes super scary. And so I'm looking at some of these, this is when I start becoming a data pessimist, frankly. Reading a book like Eubanks, we're just trying to win a contract and make something work, right, regardless of the human impact. But the discussions that I think a psychologist and a data analyst could have working together on problems like this would be rich. You know, how does the data project help fight normal human biases while avoiding introducing new biases, right? And in defense of really human development, right? The bringing out of human potential. So those are my thoughts.
I might jump in with a comment, and I'm thinking, I said, let's keep it short. Well, we do actually have a little bit of buffer time built into the schedule, so I don't think we should necessarily do too much self-censoring, because this is where the good stuff happens, right? I posted one comment in the chat about isolation versus, so individualized education, this ability to have self-pacing and more individualized feedback and so forth, does seem really powerful and positive. But I was struck by thinking about Eubank's comment that the digital poorhouse isolates the poor and the working class in many ways, whereas the traditional poorhouse, for all of its horrors, it gathered people together and didn't prevent and perhaps even sometimes facilitated a kind of solidarity and sense of community. And in the classroom, I know the best classes that I've had have always been the ones where a sense of community emerged among the students, and we all kind of felt like we're in this together. And that doesn't seem to happen as much online. Yeah, there's some complexity there. The other thought that I had, you mentioned technological skill, right? We seem to see kids becoming more savvy, more technologically skillful, but I wonder if in some ways it's an illusion of skill, because so many of the technological tools that they use, the apps and so forth, are designed with increasing sophistication. Video games, for example, are programmed with what they call a curriculum. So in the first levels, you're trained by the game on how to play it. And that curriculum design is becoming more and more sophisticated so that you can feel really skillful really quickly in a game, because that encourages you to keep coming back. But when something goes wrong, or when you're faced with a situation that you haven't been trained for by the game, it may be that you're more at a loss. And so it may be a certain kind of skill, but a very narrow skill that doesn't actually translate into flexibility, thinking outside the box, creative problem solving, and things like that. So I thought that was another kind of complicating factor that occurred to me.
Well, there's some very specific psychology behind that curricular approach that you're talking about that I would love to talk about, but I don't think that's particularly relevant here. But I did want to comment on your idea, could individualizing education decrease the sense of community? And yeah, I mean, absolutely, I think it could. But what came to my mind, it's going to sound like a tangent, I guess, but if you're not aware, you may become aware that a study's come out recently showing that serotonin levels have no correlation to depression, which is, and everybody's getting really upset about that and sort of agitated about that. And first of all, we've known that forever. Okay, and it doesn't mean medications aren't necessarily effective. I mean, it's really, really complicated and everything. But one of my reactions to that is I get really frustrated at the magic bullet kind of approach. What is the cause of depression? You know, we don't say what's the cause of a fever. A fever is a systemic response. It can happen to a variety of different kinds of things that go wrong. And I think depression is really the kind of the same way. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because I think we often have a magic bullet approach to things. Like if we're going to do education, we're only going to do it one way, and then that's going to increase isolation. As opposed to what I think we'd want to do is have a multivalent kind of approach, where there's multiple modalities and things like that. So that, yeah, if all you're doing is the online self-paced kind of thing, then yeah, that is going to increase isolation. And Jamie, I know you're not advocating, you would never advocate that's all we do, you know, but I think sometimes we get involved in discussions because there's this sort of all or nothing thinking that kind of creeps in. And, you know, for me, if people can do, like, just for example, if people can do that self-paced learning, that may free you up to do really rich and productive discussions in your face-to-face meetings.
I think it doesn't necessarily lend itself so much to higher education as it does pulling maybe some of the thoughts and the practices coming out of K-12 ed about how do you create enough individualized learning to not lose the kids at the bottom and the kids at the top. Because otherwise they're not part of the community because we're teaching to the middle, like Greg says. And so like Greg says, a nuanced degree of individualization to meet those students' needs while also maintaining that community and keeping them in the middle. I think that forever that's going to be our question as higher education educators, is how do we continue to refine that art? And the ethic, I really have been playing myself with what are the ethics around giving individualized activities to students in an online learning environment, to those higher achieving students who need a little more stimulation, and how do the other students not benefit from that, and how does technology help me facilitate that, but also is it a drawback because it's creating more work sometimes for me? And so I think there's a very interesting conversation to be had about pedagogy and how we create an inclusive classroom for learners of all types.
Yeah, I think that's really well put. And I think that's a great discussion. I think we should probably move on to Lindsay's contributions now, which will probably have some overlap. Yeah, why don't we turn it over to you, Lindsay?
Okay. Well, Greg and I have a little bit of overlap, but I want to clear up some overlap too, because let's see if I can get this going. Unshare. We're just going to have to do it this way. Turn off presenter view. Okay, so when I'll be honest, I had to meet with Cheryl because I was really struggling. Why is it still doing that? It's such an odd thing. I have new monitors set up. This is not working. There it goes. There we go. I had to sit down with Cheryl because, like Greg, I was like, what am I gonna tell everybody about this? And so one of the things that was important to me to bring out was to talk about what social work is and how it overlaps with so many other professions, what it is not, so that as we think about how we incorporate social work in the work that we do at ETHV, that you guys can be more supportive of us figuring that out. So I say that social workers help the world find solutions to its problems, one problem at a time. So social work's probably a whole lot more than what you think. I like to use this image. It comes from the Social Work Degree Center from a professor at another university. But social work's really a blend of psychology and sociology and counseling. And so we're not really any one of them. It's where those fields converge and meet. So as a field, we really focus on problem identification, strengthening individual or community level coping skills, doing more resource coordination, and facilitating solutions using knowledge about how humans function in society, what we know about how humans think, and that practice of counseling of helping people solve their problems. So to understand what happens in social work education, know that all social work courses have ethics interwoven without, and I'm going to talk a little bit about our ethics to help you understand how our ethics intertwine with these ethics. So we teach courses like human behavior in the social environment, which is a really great opportunity for our students to take what they learn in psychology and developmental psychology and intertwine that with what they learn in their sociology courses. We teach courses like social justice and advocacy, where I talk about the ethics of justice, something that's not taught in philosophy 3033. We do research and how to practice with different people. We teach them about policy. So we teach them how to read bills and laws and how to navigate legal environments. They get that fieldwork component. And then of course, there's the big overarching issues around diversity. Social workers work in all kinds of places. I like to tell my students that they work in 3 different places: client facing, client supporting, or client affecting. Some might call it direct, indirect, or macro practice. So direct practice looks a lot like what psychologists do, but a little more broad. So we do provide therapeutic services. We do things like work in social services agencies like DCF, helping make people get their benefits, like we read in the Eubanks book. We also have people working in indirect practice, things like program administration, running nonprofits, and in technology development. We've got social workers at Google. Before I came here to Newman, I worked for an app developer. You can take your social work degree and work in lots of different human-facing fields. And then there's macro practice, where you might work with local, federal, state lawmakers. All told, there are a ton of social workers out there, but there are still not enough, and there's a huge shortage of social workers to do the work that needs to be done. Social work is founded on a really strong ethical-based system that focuses on service, social justice, the dignity and worth of the person, which I think is very important when we talk about how we use technology and how we interact with humans. And the next value is the importance of human relationships. So how do we respect people and treat them respectfully? How do we build human relationships to help solve human problems? The issues of integrity and competence. Competence has led to a very large discussion in our field. And so social work has now a separate ethical standard for the use of technology in social work practice. It's like a 94-page manual on how to competently and ethically practice using social work in social work practice. And they're constantly evolving and changing because the field is evolving and changing. And I turned off screen share for some reason. It's going to be one of those days. Let's try this again. We're just going to go from here. Move you over. Or not. My goodness. Try that one. Okay. I'll get this wrapped up. I didn't have as much time to talk as Greg did. I don't have as much to say. So from this slide, or not. Very confused. My apologies. Okay, so we have a few ETHV issues that I thought, and many of them will probably overlap with some of your fields of study. Obviously, there's issues around service delivery. Greg talked a lot about telehealth. For the social work field, things that we really are trying to focus on is whether or not the social worker is competent enough to provide services via a telehealth environment. Is the type of service that we're delivering appropriate for telehealth? So not just psychological services, but is it appropriate to do, say, a child welfare screening? If you're a child protective services agent for DCF, is it appropriate to do a Zoom meeting with a family?
Yeah, like home visits or something.
Yes, home visits too for adoption. Very good example of, is it appropriate for us to do those via a telehealth or a televideo platform? There are licensure limitations, as Greg said, and it does vary by state. Social work is just now coming forward with an interstate compact language. I figure we're going to be 3 to 5 years before we have an interstate compact that will allow us to move our licenses across state lines. And even then, social workers are licensed at a broader range than psychology is. So you can get a license at the undergraduate, at the graduate, and at the clinical level. And until you have a clinical license, you cannot practice independently without supervision, which limits your ability to move that license across the state or to do certain practices from state to state. Then there's the legal limitations, and I'm going to talk a little bit about on the next slide, especially as it relates to advocacy. And there's issues around federal and state laws, which states allow telehealth or telecommunication services to pay for components of your practice. There's HIPAA, there's also the HITECH Act and some other legal limitations about how we address health information. Then, of course, whether or not it's going to be paid for service. how we set up and ethically receive payments for services and how we enter into billing agreements, especially in our field. And I don't know what Greg's seeing, but we're seeing a lot more cash pay clients that are looking for sliding fee scales. They are looking to access without their insurance company knowing that they're receiving mental health treatment, because if it's not in their health record, then it's not seen on, say, a life insurance policy. And then, of course, the emergency and backup planning. So what happens if you're in the middle of a therapy session and you get disconnected? You lose Wi-Fi connection. The client loses Wi-Fi connection, having that emergency or backup
Or
plan.
you have a client who's suicidal and you're not in the office with them. You might not even be in the state with them.
Exactly. What do we do? More of what I have focused with our students up until now, and that I am really interested in kind of moving some of our conversations towards, are out of the telehealth space. It is one component of what we do, but really we take our guidance from psychology, and we tend to follow their lead. And at least in this state, most of our laws and ethics are written from that psychology perspective, and we're practicing in their space. I'm really concerned about general competency. I know Greg was talking about how many people are more competent in the use of technology, but I think that they're not as competent as we think they are, and they're not as competent as they think they are. I've been working with my students so far and have had a lot of interest in the gaps in their understanding. Most of them have never read a terms of use, a terms of service, the privacy, or the EULA, the end user licensing agreement, which are important for our practitioners to know how to use and how to read. Do you understand how that company is gathering information about you, your utilization of the app that you're delivering things to your clients? Are you able to tell your clients that the technology that you're using to deliver the service from is going to not violate their rights or is going to keep their information private? Then there's that basic technology understanding. So many of them might understand the technical on how to do it, but they don't understand the implications, that critical thinking around, if I deliver this treatment this way, or if I interact with a family or a client in this way, how does that affect them? Am I adapting the way that I would work with somebody in an office so that it works for them in that other environment? There's a lot of gaps in understanding, and man, TikTok scares me. The use of children and technology, and I'm talking about by adults and by children, and the use of technology. So seeing these parents post videos of their 3, 4, 5-year-old children on social media, and not understanding that when you do that in an open space, that there might be implications for your child, that pedophilia is rampant in those spaces, and that by giving your children, or just posting things about your children, even if they don't have access, that has some that's really strong concerns there, and that people don't think that way. They just think they're sharing their lives. They're being connected. There's some concerns also. We've been focusing a lot lately on technology and the law, and this is where there's a lot of overlap with, I was reading Christy's presentation, trying to get an idea of what I wanted to talk about, teaching my students their Fifth Amendment rights about something you know versus something you have. And Cheryl and I had a great conversation about how law enforcement can access your electronic data. So when Jamie was texting in the chat box, and you saw, you talked about that text therapy. If you text somebody in therapy and then that person might be involved in a criminal activity, there's a possibility that a forensic analyst at the police department could access to what would otherwise be protected clinical information, which for me holds really deep concerns for me as a practitioner. It holds concerns for how we practice and use those text-based and other app-based services. So I picked up the phone, by the way, and called Deputy Knoll over at the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office, who's a forensic investigator. And I said, hey, Jeremy, if this happened, if you ran across an app like this and you had a pretty open warrant, what would you do? And he said, honestly, I have no idea. He said, but I know it's going to happen. So I'm going to start asking questions about how we handle that, because does it fall under HIPAA? Does it fall under, is it an electronic health record at that point? Is it a clinical note that would otherwise not be allowed in a court of law or in that environment without a specific warrant for that information? Lots of questions around those things that we need to be asking questions about. And then, of course, the other technology systems and social services. So like the Electronic Health Records Exchanges and the HITECH Act, and how those laws govern and those exchanges govern the use of and the storage of our data. And then, of course, state and local agency operations. So the one that came to mind to me recently, and you probably saw in the news about 3 or 4 years ago, was that the state's Medicaid system was backlogged because they had rolled out a very crappy system that nobody knew was as poor as it was because nobody was involved. And so as Jamie kind of alluded to, or maybe it was, maybe it was Cheryl, that oftentimes our social workers and the people who work in these systems don't know that there's new technology coming until the new technology is on their door. They didn't have a chance to be involved in the building of that technology process or to give input in those technology processes, but they are the end users of those technologies. And so helping our social workers be more aware of what's going on in those political environments, helping them understand the language of what's happening so that they can better advocate for themselves as practitioners and for the clients that they serve. So I didn't have quite as much as Greg did, just more technology problems. There we go. We can have discussion.
Well, I was just going to chime in and say you give me way too much credit, but also that I appreciate that you brought everybody together on this because, as a historian, maybe even as a psychologist to an extent, I don't have daily interactions with law enforcement officials in the general course of their job, doing what they do to keep the peace, protect the general welfare of the community. I sometimes run into Christy in the hallway, but that's really not the same thing. I hope it's not the same thing, right? So it is interesting just to think about the complexities associated with social work, not only in just the process of helping people to live better lives, right? But the process by which you go about doing it. And I think that a lot of the things you brought up today are just a fabulous lead-in to the Eubanks discussion. So I just want to say I appreciate the information and so happy that you do your job and happy that I don't.
Yeah, to that point, Cheryl, I mean, one of the things that struck me in the wealth of interesting information there, the trend that you noted towards cash payment and people's different motivations towards that, but one of those being that they don't want their insurance company to know. That seems like a very direct response to this increasing kind of culture of surveillance and data gathering that we have. And you could imagine that we're going to see a lot more of that kind of response of people trying to figure out, okay, I'm not comfortable with how much data is being gathered on me. How can I evade some of that? I mean, this is, of course, one of the selling points of cyber currencies. And maybe this year will be the first year you get asked if you accept Bitcoin, right? Yeah, that was really interesting and certainly ties in with the kinds of concerns that Eubanks is talking about.
I don't know what Greg's seeing, but for us, I mean, at least what we're hearing, what we're studying, what we're seeing on our end is that big data is, I don't want somebody to see that. Things like when you're middle-aged and you're finally starting to go see therapy, you don't want your life insurance policy who can require you to get a medical check and to review your medical records to know that you're in therapy because it can increase your premiums. Or things like when the health insurance company knows that and you're on a private pay policy or you're self-insured for some reason, that your utilization is used in determining what your next year's premiums are going to be. And when you're a high user of mental health services, that could potentially trigger an increase in your payments.
Do you think, I'm wondering as well, I had a really lovely colleague here at Newman who was just convinced that his cancer diagnosis would so inflate our premiums at Newman University that HR would be tempted to recommend him for early retirement. And so he was really worried about HR. So do you think that folks who want to pay cash for mental health services are worried that HR does not keep that confidential and shares that with people who might say, ooh, this person is somehow lesser than because they seek mental health?
I would sure hope that your insurance company is not telling our human resources department what service utilization you have. It's a big violation of your HIPAA law.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I just know we get weird emails from our HR department when they say, hey, we're going to go up in premiums this year because all of you are using too much of our insurance. I was just like,
Collectively, yes, but individually, if they're if somebody's divulging that, that's a huge violation. If you're HIPAA.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they could report aggregate data though, so
Mhm.
that the individual could still have an impact that way.
Yeah.
Lindsay, I was just struck by a recent conversation that I've been having as part of this Project Hope with the homeless folk. And law enforcement wants access to HMIS, which
No.
for everybody is, I know, sis. So this is the kind of the clearinghouse that's managed nationally for homeless information. And they go out and they do these point in time. It's locally managed, or I guess actually one of our Newman folk, Cole Schneider, is actually the manager. He runs HMIS for United Way. And so this is this great clearinghouse of information to get like the rate of homelessness and what resources homeless are using. And law enforcement wants to get it.
Mm-mm.
And how many conversations I've had with law enforcement of the whole, to what end? Why do you need this data source? What would you do with it? And then explaining, like Lindsay said, once you break the seal on something like that, it blows up in your face because people can be bastards. People still have biases and prejudices and stereotypes. And just like I know, Lindsay, this is why I get kicked out of the meetings on this. But just like I wouldn't want people getting a hold of my medical or, my therapy notes, I wouldn't want people getting a hold of the fact that I was homeless for a year because they'd use it against me. And the cops would like to think that the social workers, like bringing social workers into the criminal justice system, is the solution to all of the problems historically they've had with targeting vulnerable populations. But I just don't think it is. And so then they're like, but information is going to help us target the historical problems we've had with discrimination. And I keep going back to, it's like David would say, the data is only as good as the explanation and the context in which you analyze it. I can tell you that, there's a rate of homelessness in Wichita, but that means nothing until you've actually lived that experience. So Lindsay, it's so time sensitive what you're talking about, that interaction. And I'm sure you're seeing that in the profession. In fact, part of this project we're working on is they want to hire more social workers as the solution to everything. But they can't find people who will come work as social workers for a government project, which I'm like, I don't think I would want to either after having worked for the government, right? Ourselves for a while. It's kind of, your hands are strapped when you're a government employer, employed by the government, trying to provide a service that is a mental health service. It's a difficult road to hoe, and I don't think technology can solve it. I'm rambling. Lindsay, I just got excited. You were talking about things that are so close to my heart.
And we can do this somewhere later besides, because we're going to have another conversation, but it also pulls into some thoughts about the data that they use in Greg's field to determine who does the work. So law enforcement, I'm very familiar with, I don't know if Dr. Bowman's still the only person doing psych evals for the police department, but Dr. Bowman here in town used to be the psychologist for the Wichita Police Department, the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office. And he uses some they are looking for some very specific psychological metrics on those officers. And then you wonder why there's repetitive problems despite all of the technology interventions that we can offer those officers, but it starts at the root. The human is the root of the problem. And there's a part of me that wonders if the psychological data that we can't seem to get even in aggregate form to tell us what is the metric that you are measuring officers by, and is this part of the problem? Yeah, I'll leave that alone. Okay.
So does that question you have there, does that fall in the realm of transparency about the algorithm that we're using, or does that fall in the realm of we want the aggregate data like the police department wants the aggregate data on the homeless?
I think Both. One, if you don't have the data to know whether or not there is a problem, you can't go examine if the algorithm is the problem. Because there's nothing right now to support it but anecdotal observation and 10 years of work in 911 in my case, and Christy's law enforcement career, you know, her law career could probably tell you the same. But for those of us who've worked around it, there's something about either the algorithm in which they pick it or the outcomes of that algorithm that are part of the problem.
Very interesting. I didn't know you were 10 years in 911.
I did 10 years at 911, 3 years as a contractor for KDHE working on our Medicaid system. And then I spent 2 years in tech with a local app developer before I came to Newman. That also tells you about how old I am.
Well, I was just going to say, you and Greg could get together and do an extraordinary psychological study of just you and 911, and that would be interesting.
I've been to therapy for that trauma. Thank you.
I think it's a little bit like what David was talking about how data creates biases also, even though it's attempted to be unbiased. Because I think once you put an assessment system in place, every assessment system, data just tells you what data tells you. But there's always this tendency to sort of overinterpret the data, and it takes on a life of its own. I mean, you see that with IQ tests, which is just a number on a test. Now, it's a very good test, but it's still just a number on a test. But people have all these ideas built in about what intelligence means based on that score. So it seems like once you put some type of assessment system in place, like let's say for police, you know, which is kind of a big concern, it just, and I don't work in that field, but it seems like the probability is it's going to take on a life of its own. And you're going to assume perhaps that those scores mean something that they don't necessarily mean.
So I'll add to that. And before I do, I just want to say I'm loving this conversation between this mixture of people. This is fantastic. And I don't want any of you to feel, I mean, hearing you guys talk between each other is so fascinating, even when I'm not part of it. So thank you. And thanks for putting this together, all of you. But the other thing I was going to say is I'm going to talk tomorrow a little bit about, there's a standard process for data mining. And that's one of the terms used for predictive analytics. And it's also relevant to things like these assessment tests in a way, a little bit different, but the standard process for data mining involves going back and evaluating the performance of your predictive algorithm and asking how well is it performing and inspecting it regularly, right? And as professors, we know about the assessment loop, right, that we all need to do. So, I mean, there's plenty of grounds for appealing to standard processes, right, to try to get really good questions asked on some of these things. And the more I read and learn and listen, I'm just thinking, boy, we need better laws in place to protect people and their data, right? That's one of the key things. It can't be up to every individual. And, you know, keeps going from there, but better policies and processes in place in a lot of our institutions.
The laws always lag behind technology, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We might be due for a break. I'm not sure, but I just, Gary, I've watched you kind of reacting, and I just wonder if you had anything to add, because I haven't really heard you, and so I just kind of wanted to ask if you'd be willing to share your perspective.
Right, yeah, I mean, I was just about to comment on what Dave was saying, because the algorithms that are put together are done by people with intrinsic biases. So the coding and algorithms are typically done by the people who have probably the most narrow minds and less broad perspectives. I hope it's not including you in this, David. Yeah, so really those intrinsic biases, which have always been there from ages, from the beginning of time, we just bring them in, and we're just using technology to bring them in now. So it's cracking that nut. It's getting those people to be broader through programs that you're doing now that they can impact and use when they're developing algorithms and asking the right questions to get the right data to make the right decisions, which you know we expect a lot. We think people are going to do that. The one question I had for you, Greg, which I'm very slow, so it takes me a time to think through it, and questions are going on before I can actually follow up. But your comment about reading and writing, and I had this question to Cheryl when we met last time. Writing or reading is intrinsically important for us because it kind of precedes the learning, and that gives us the opportunity to be they still talk about are you reading, what masters are you reading? They refer to it as reading a degree. But my concern or my question, because I don't know where it's going to go, is this new technology. I mean, printing is just a technology. In fact, the earliest communications were pictures and illustrations and conversations. Writing was just a technology that was developed, and then printing, and it's just technology. Is the digital technology going to replace the written? Why are we so focused on written and reading when we can actually communicate far better through TikTok, 5-minute videos, stuff that scares me completely? But is that going to replace it? Do we still need to be so focused on reading and writing? There's nothing really about reading and writing that makes me a more high intellectual. It's just what our academics has been built around. Is this just not going to replace that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think we do assume that there is some inherent virtue in the ability to read and write, even though, you could, for sure, for the vast majority of humanity's existence, we haven't read or written. But I do. I mean, it's a great discussion, and I don't have an answer for it. I do think Marshall McLuhan had that book in the 70s, The Medium is the Message. And, he did very presciently talk about some of these kinds of issues. But I do think that reading and writing require certain skills that TikTok doesn't. The ability to sustain your attention over a long and complicated argument, and to be able to articulate your own position over a long period of time, particularly when things are complex, to be able to draw in multiple perspectives. I just don't see that that's happening in the same way in virtual media. I don't know that it couldn't, but I don't think that it is. And so I would still argue that reading and writing require and allow certain types of cognitive development and discourse that just don't, that modern digital media does not seem to be as compatible with. But I mean, I've wondered that myself too, right? Why do we keep people worrying about reading and writing if nobody reads and writes, But
I from a personal perspective, being pretty dyslexic, I find reading a huge burden for me. So for this particular workshop, I got the books on digital so they can be read. I can hear them, which makes it much easier for me. But you're right. I think the digital media is making people, in fact, forcing people to be much more bite-sized. We talked about small information. We may be losing that ability to have that long chain of more critical thought process. But yeah, there's certainly some advantages to it. I see everything going this way. I mean, the instruction manuals that come with our refrigerators and everything are all going to be digital, going to be VR. Actually, we're going to put on the headsets. So it's going to be something that just tells us this is what we press, this is what we do. So much quicker than having to read a manual or try and understand the words which aren't always exactly English. And that just scares me. That kind of propensity and this trend towards the digitalization, which has so much value, is going to become the norm and replace the reading and writing.
I have to laugh because you described yourself as a digital optimist, and now twice you're talking about things that scare you hearing it out. But yeah,
I think it's the age thing. That's the age thing coming in.
this soundbite meme kind of mentality, I think it just further contributes to what I was talking about, is this sort of magic bullet approach. You know, what's the cause of homelessness? What's the solution to teen pregnancy or to misuse of SNAP, or, you know, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
I mean, these issues are so complex and so multidisciplinary that I doubt, you know, that we can't answer them unless we're able to have sustained, complex conversations.
I want to jump in. This is one of the most interesting questions for me personally, and it's a little bit of a theme in the technology unit that I've recently developed for my ethics class. And just a couple of things come to mind that I want to be quick about, because I do think we need to get to a break. There's a short story, it's a fairly long short story, but a story by the author Ted Chiang, who's one of, I think, the most interesting writers, science fiction writers, about some of these issues around technology. And he, in this story called The Truth of Fact, The Truth of Fiction, if anybody wants to look it up, he imagines a future where it's fairly near future, where voice recognition has become so sophisticated that people can write through kind of an immediate dictation. In fact, you don't even have to speak out loud. You can use sub-vocalizations, and written text will appear if you want it to appear, or searches will happen in a kind of synthesis with a recording apparatus that some people wear everywhere they go that records their life, and you can access memories that way. And so it's an exercise in part in just imagining a near future where the way that we think, the way that we remember, and the way that we communicate has been fundamentally transformed by technology. And then he juxtaposes that in the story with the transition from orality to literary culture, right? From the introduction of writing, which Plato was concerned about. But, you know, before that, there was a great deal of sophisticated argumentation, right? Homer's epics were recited orally, and people had the ability to sit and listen to hours of oral recitation. I think about the famous Lincoln-Douglas debates from the 19th century, which were obviously an oral form of discourse where very long sustained arguments were made that would never happen today in our political environment. So orality allows for thinking, but I agree with the fundamental claim or concern that there's got to be some differences. So some ways in which committing yourself to oral communication, verbal interaction, that's got to have some kind of impact in the kind of thinking that we do. But I'm agnostic as to whether that's better or worse or just different, you know?
And I guess the thing that I'm thinking, we're looking at things like digital divide, right, on technology. Will writing and reading become the stuff of the intellectual elite? I can't imagine, for example, Gary, and again, we had this conversation, so I'm so happy you brought that up. I made that note of that to ask Gary what he thinks. But I'm thinking of you're an electrical engineer, and this idea of, say, designing an electrical grid for the city of Wichita. Yes, indeed, there are small components or individual components that folks could probably work on without having that great ability to pull things together in a big picture way, to think about the complexity of this and then communicate that in a way such that it's actually carried out. And so I wonder if it's the folks who will be at the elite problem solvers of our society, the elite managers, the elite politicians, who will be efficient in reading and writing, and the rest of us just won't be. So anyway, I just had to throw that out there, because is that another way that we're sort of dividing society today? And my other example is when you were talking about the instruction manuals you get. I don't know, remember what we got recently, probably a new television, and the instruction manual we got was, 1 page, it was all pictures. And my assumption was that it had to do with, oh, we don't have to translate this into a bunch of languages. Oh no, based on what you just said, no, you just need pictures. You don't need multiple languages, you just need pictures. So I'll be quiet there. Thank you.
I think from my perspective, that's such an interesting idea, Cheryl, and very scary for someone who is in a realm of science. And I feel like it's already very abstract for the lay public. And that could be in part because we don't do a very good job of, defining our terms or bringing it down to a level where people can understand it. But because of the pervasiveness of our technology in science, and particularly in its application in medicine, I feel like people do need to be literate. And whether that means we need to get people to a sort of base level of understanding, and that means we meet them halfway, which I think we should do. There's really no way I think that we can convey what's happening in their bodies as a physician, or what's happening when we, as scientists are trying to vet a new procedure or a new drug to the public with pictures. So that's scary to me. And I just feel like it would be a scary future for the elite, especially in the sciences, to be so divided from the people for whom our science is designed.
Yeah. And if we give up on, again, humanities person speaking, if we give up on the cognitive connections between reading and writing and developing that long sustained argument, where did the next elite come from? Especially in a democracy, right? Where do the next great ideas come from? And how do they get conveyed? And how do we communicate? As you're saying, how do we communicate these very complex ideas and issues? So yeah, I still remember going into a doctor's office, and I won't tell you why or what the ailment was, but the first thing he said to me is like, okay, now don't just go out on the internet and start looking this up. It's the first thing he said to me. And he said, listen to me, don't do that noise. And first off, I thought, well, hey, you're not going to limit me to the knowledge I can have. No, he's like, no, just listen to what I'm saying, right? And so I appreciated that, but it also kind of freaked me out a little bit.
I think that's actually a really good point, because it's not just about being able to, put together the words and understand the terminology. It's about being able to dissect the argument, especially in science, and understand the results and the nuance, which I think requires a deeper level of thinking that people certainly don't get enough of right now.
It also requires extraordinary, and I think what you're pointing out is an increasingly demanding need for translation. And the way in which you present this sophisticated thinking to the person who needs to hear it has to be really carefully thought about. I'm thinking about like a stereotype of like, a person who's not very well educated, who goes to some specialist in the big city and comes away thinking, well, that guy's a quack. He doesn't know what he's talking about. My hometown doctor told me, this was the problem. And even beyond that, I mean, one of the things that seems to be happening is an erosion of trust in the medical profession. And people are going online more and more because they don't trust their doctors. And that trust is essential, obviously. And so maybe that's why your doctor was telling you that, because he thought, well, what, I got to gain her trust. And so that's a whole nother complicated can.
Or he was just an information tyrant. I'm not sure which.
Right.
Well, Jenna, I appreciated your comments, and I think that, if you look historically, liberal education really was for the elites. And I think the great educational experiment is to provide the education that was for the elites to everybody, the democratization of the elite, in a way. And we can see that now just in terms of like medical literacy, just looking at how many people all of a sudden right now are immunology experts on TikTok and Facebook, and so that to me speaks as to why this kind of scientific literacy at some basic level, along with the translation kinds of things you're talking about, is so vital.
Yeah. I hate to do this, but I'm seeing that it's 11:30, and while we do have some cushion in our schedule, I think it's probably a good time to take a break. But that was excellent discussion, and got me excited for what's to come. So let's take 10 minutes or so, maybe 11 or 12 if you need it, and come back, and we'll try and get started with the last session around 11:45-ish. All right.
Great job, Lindsay. You really got us going there. Woo!
That's because we're the jack of all trades and the masters of none sometimes.
But yeah, no, very good, very good. So glad you're on the team and so glad you were willing to sort of, I think we had originally had a different time schedule with regard to social work. And of course, we had lots of personnel changes at Newman. So it was really nice that you're on board with all this.
Yeah.
I did get a note, Lindsay, from Will Graves, and you were right in your prediction of his professional goals.
Okay, well, we are just about all back. And so I will kind of, I think, go ahead and get started here. Philosophers also sometimes, I think, feel like jacks of all trades and masters of none. There's philosophy of everything, right? There's philosophy of every subject. So in working on this technology stuff and working on some environmental stuff and working in the NSP capstone program where philosophy does a lot of its teaching, I'm always feeling a little bit outside my specialization, which is both fun and a little scary. And so this presentation, I think, is a little bit anxiety inducing because unlike everyone else who's presented today, I really am not an expert on what Virginia Eubanks is talking about. I've simply read her book, like I'm sure all of you have. But if you haven't, I was trying to think about my role, not as an expert presenter of her book, but really as just someone who is here to remind you about a few of the things that she says, because I've done these summer symposiums with the Gerber Institute before, and I know that we read stuff, or we mean to read stuff, but we don't always remember everything we read. So I want to take, hopefully not too long, to remind us of some of the things that she says. I'll try to move efficiently and leave us plenty of time to talk, because it's obvious that we all have lots of interesting things to say. So let me share my screen. There we go. Okay, so Virginia Eubanks, of course, is going to be our visiting expert in the spring. And we chose her book because it ties in with a lot of the things that we have been and will be talking about. It's really an interdisciplinary work, I would say. Eubanks herself is in the discipline of political science. She teaches at the University of Albany as part of the SUNY network. But she is also, I think, in some sense, a journalist and a research scholar who does a lot of interview work. As you can see at the bottom of the page, she's currently involved in a project of gathering oral histories of the global automated welfare state. So she is really somebody who has been working on technology and poverty for quite a long time. In 2012, she published a book called Digital Dead End, and Fighting for Social Justice in the Information Age. And I included the book cover here because one, it looks like a cover for an album by Rage Against the Machine or something like that. And two, I think it gives a sense of her approach. She's not looking at these issues as a detached kind of neutral scholar. She's got a view, she's got a vision, and she's using the tools of research and scholarship to advance her ideas about what we as a society need. She's got a great list of places that her writing has appeared in, and interestingly, she's a 2022. I guess she's currently a scholar in residence at a organization I wasn't familiar with, but it's the Electronic Privacy Information Center. And so I don't know exactly what she's doing there. Perhaps that's connected to her oral history project. But that's a outfit that has an interesting and quite extensive website. It was founded, I think, in 1986. So it's been around for pretty much the entirety of the digital age. So in her book, just a very short overview, she introduces the topic and provides a little bit of a background, a personal story involving her partner who was violently assaulted, and then they got caught up in a medical insurance problem where they were apparently flagged by an algorithm as potentially submitting fraudulent claims. And that kind of helped awaken her to a particular kind of problem that people who are receiving social services or who are caught up in some sort of automated decision-making environment deal with. In chapter 1, she takes us through a pretty impressive history of the development of the traditional poorhouse in early America and in England. And she traces the development of the poorhouse into what she today identifies as the digital poorhouse, a modern version, which in some ways resembles that traditional poorhouse and in other ways is very different. In the middle chapters of the book, she presents us with some field work or some case studies. She talks about a program for automating eligibility that was implemented in Indiana by then Governor Mitch Daniels, and I'm from Indiana. I wasn't living there when this happened, but I will just mention in passing that my hometown makes a very brief appearance in her book. There's a paragraph where she says, she's quoting somebody who's working in social services, and she says, you know, I started to hear about places I didn't even know existed, like Floyd's Knobs. And that's actually where I grew up, a tiny, tiny little town in Southern Indiana. The first time I've ever seen it in print in a book like this. She talks about a coordinated entry program in Los Angeles to deal with the homelessness that is so prevalent there on what they call Skid Row. And then she talks about the Allegheny family screening tool, which in some ways I found to be the most interesting of the cases. It is, I suppose you could say, the highest tech example. It's got a fairly sophisticated algorithm that is used to help casework or intake screeners make decisions about how to handle the calls they receive. And it's one that was implemented in ways that reflected a lot of thoughtfulness. For example, the implementation involved a lot of consultation with the community. They did make an effort to listen to people's concerns. There's a lot of transparency around this tool. So there are some good things to say about the implementation. But as you all know, there are also some very serious concerns and critiques that Eubanks articulates in chapter 4. And then in chapter 5, she kind of brings these stories together and synthesizes her conclusions and kind of sums up her argument about the digital poorhouse. And then in the concluding chapter, she offers some thoughts about what we need to do from here. Although I would say her concluding program is not especially specific or concrete. It's more like a sense of how we need to shift our thinking about poverty and about the use of some of these high-tech tools to help address it. So I'm going to skip over most of the chapters and just say a few things about the Allegheny algorithm chapter, and then talk a bit about the synthesis and concluding chapters. And I don't want to say too much in detail about the algorithm because I want to kind of allow space for us to talk about this in the discussion. But the AFST stands for the Allegheny Family Screening Tool, which is administered by their Office of Children and Youth Services. And it's a statistical model that they contracted with some academics who submitted a proposal to predict the risk of abuse or neglect among children in their jurisdiction, which is the county in Pennsylvania, which includes Pittsburgh, right? So in Allegheny County, they had over a couple of decades, or 15 years or so, developed a massive data warehouse, receiving information from, I think, like 29 different community organizations. But it's important to note that these were, right, the kind of organizations that are providing social services, not private organizations. So citizens who are able to afford, say, private counseling services, as opposed to going to a publicly funded clinic, wouldn't show up in this data warehouse. So that's already a clear concern, is that the data is restricted in certain ways. But this is a huge data warehouse with over 1 billion electronic records. And so the people who designed the algorithm came in and they did some regression analysis. And maybe David can say, is that the standard kind, or are they doing something a little different, a little fancier? I don't really, as I say, I'm not an expert in this, but they did a regression analysis looking for correlations between two outcome variables that they identified, community re-referral and child placement, both of which are proxies for the outcomes that they're actually interested in, which is, harm to children and youth. But there's not enough data for what they call, I think, fatal or near fatal incidents for them to use that data directly as the outcome variable. So they chose these two proxies. So you've got the two outcome variables that you're trying to prevent, and then 131 predictive variables that were identified by the regression analysis as predictive or relevant to future harm. And so once they built this, the idea is that intake screeners will receive a call, and this is a great story at the beginning of the chapter where Eubanks is sitting with a worker, and they're looking at a couple of cases and trying to predict what the number, the risk score that's going to come out for each of them is. So the risk score is from 1 to 20. This has been disparagingly referred to in some of the discussion about this tool as a scarlet number. And I think a little bit like what Greg was saying about IQ scores, this is a number to which it is certainly possible, even likely, all sorts of meanings are going to be attached by people who see that number, become aware of it. It's a number that has a lot of power packed into it. But this is supposed to simply be a factor that helps the screener determine whether to screen in a report for further investigation or to screen it out and just make a record of it, but not kind of advance it to the investigative stage. And centered in the chapter is the story of Angel and Patrick, a married couple with some children who really have had more than their share of struggles, but seem to be on the right track, seem to be working hard. They're actually both fairly positive in their view of CYS. They've had some, I should say CYS, they've had some good experiences. They've gotten some help. Angel, for example, has voluntarily signed up for parenting classes. But they do have that history. They have this lifetime of interactions with CYS that Eubanks points out makes them vulnerable to receiving a high risk score and thus to being investigated as they have been repeatedly. So a lot more in that chapter, but that hopefully that kind of brings to mind sort of the key elements of how the tool works and what at least some of the concerns are. In the chapter 5, as I said, Eubanks tries to pull these threads together. And one of the things she says is that relief institutions have historically starting with the poor houses and extending up to the present day, have historically, she says, helped facilitate cultural denial. She makes the point that in America, we tend to live in a state of denial. We look away oftentimes, not only from the poor, the unhoused, the people who are struggling, but also, in an interesting note, we often look away from each other when we are in the presence of that kind of need, because of a kind of guilt and a sense of denial that prevents us from coming together in a community around these people. So this denial actually fractures our sense of belonging together. And at the same time, they have undermined the collective power of poor and working class people. So the high-tech tools of the digital poorhouse are simply an extension of this story. In Indiana, we see a program that diverted the poor from public resources. Obviously not in every case, but it made it much harder for them to access these resources, much easier for them to be cut off, even in conditions of extreme need. In Los Angeles, we saw that these tools are classifying and criminalizing the poor and the behaviors that often accompany being poor and being unhoused. And in Allegheny County, we see that these tools are actually attempting to predict the future behavior of the poor. So these are things that have always been true of poor houses, whether digital or traditional. There are also some differences that she points out between the poor houses of yesterday and today. And I thought this section was helpful in understanding her sense of how these things work. And there are also some interesting connections to what Kathy O'Neill has to say about weapons of mass destruction in the book that we read for the last workshop a couple years ago. So these digital poor houses promote isolation. We touched on that earlier in a discussion. The poor are no longer grouped or housed together, but they are increasingly separated and left to sort of fend for themselves. There is a tremendous amount of complexity and opacity involved in these tools. They are often very hard to understand. Even with the Allegheny algorithm, even though there's quite a bit of transparency around that, I imagine it's not easy to understand from the point of view of somebody who is interacting with CYS and trying to receive services or having calls made about them by neighbors. It is not an easy thing to understand, and some of these other things are even harder to understand. There is massive scalability with digital tools, right? Digital things can be replicated very easily and very quickly. These traditional poor houses were expensive to build and expensive to operate, and the dream of at least one person to have a poor house in every county never came to fruition because it just wasn't scalable in the way that digital tools are. Digital tools are persistent, right? Once we implement something, it's very hard to undo it. And data itself is, of course, persistent to the point of being virtually, eternal. Unlike in France and maybe the European Union, there's been resistance to this idea of a right to be forgotten. So it's not easy to have your records, your data removed, as Cheryl was saying earlier.
As the CIA may be about to find out. Sorry, Secret Service.
Secret Service, right? Yeah. And then she mentions that we all live in some version of the digital poorhouse, unlike houses or the traditional poorhouses, that people could simply avoid. The digital tools that Eubanks is describing really shape and permeate many, many aspects of our society. And we are all, or nearly all of us, are affected in some way by them. So given all of this, why work for change? She kind of broaches this question and addresses it to, I'm going to say us, right? The professional middle class. which we probably all qualify as, and I think that's the intended audience for her book, we may fall into poverty. Many people who see themselves or who would be classified as middle class are quite vulnerable, increasingly so. One big life catastrophe can knock many people for a loop financially, economically, that can be hard to recover from. And even if you do recover from it, there is going to be some period of time where you are accessing some kind of means-tested social benefit. Or she says the system may come to us. There was a story early on where she was interviewing a woman who said, you know, you got to pay attention to what happens with us because it's coming for you next.
I thought that was a very poignant line that really stood out to me also.
Yeah. There is, or should be, a concern for justice that motivates us to address this problem. We know that in the past, discrimination was often quite explicit and out in the open. That is less so today, but in many cases, it has been replaced by supposedly objective systems. And this is another kind of memorable phrase she uses, that math wash the classism and racism of elites. You know, data-driven tools have been implemented in many cases as a direct attempt to mitigate the kinds of individual biases that human beings are prone to. The idea is that numbers aren't going to be biased, but we've already talked about, and there's a whole long conversation to have about the ways in which biases are not removed or eliminated by digital tools, by algorithms. They actually just become harder to see. And then she has an interesting section where she goes through the national values of liberty, equity, and inclusion, and makes the point that however you interpret these terms, whether from a more or less conservative or right-wing perspective, or from a progressive or left-wing perspective, however you tend to see these and interpret these terms, these values, the digital poorhouse is at odds with them. And finally, she says that we really have to face the difficult conversations that politics entails. Not politics in the sense of whatever goes on in Washington, D.C., but politics in the sense of how we figure out collectively the best way to live together. I found this quote to be interesting and maybe worth kind of ending this section on. She writes, "When the digital poorhouse was born," and she means in the 1970s, "the nation was asking difficult questions. What is our obligation to each other in conditions of inequality? How do we reward caregiving? How do we face economic changes wrought by automation and computerization?" The digital poorhouse reframed these big political dilemmas as mundane issues of efficiency and systems engineering. How do we best match need to resource? How do we eliminate fraud and divert the ineligible? How do we do the most with the least money? I think around here at Newman, we have heard plenty of times the mandate to do more with less, and this is not unique to us. The digital poorhouse allowed us to drop the bigger, more crucial conversation. So in conclusion, she argues that the most important step is changing how we think, talk, and feel about poverty. Big part of that is telling better stories. Many of the stories that we hear about the poor and the working class either evoke pity or seem intended to allow us to blame those people who are in the conditions area, and clearly because of bad choices they've made. She argues that we need to stop thinking of the poor as a people apart, when in fact, the data shows that poverty is a majority experience in the US. Not that a majority of US citizens at all times are in a condition of poverty, but a majority of Americans will experience poverty at some point. And we need to build solidarity and encourage that solidarity among the poor and working class people across racial lines, ethnic lines. Historically, change has come when they are able to consolidate political power and create pressure for change. And what the institutions that she criticizes have in common is that they oppose that kind of consolidation of political power, and they kind of make it seem like the need is being taken care of, and so we can all kind of get on with business. As a good starting point, Eubanks cites a 1968 letter written by Martin Luther King and others calling for an economic and social bill of rights, really a quite reasonable seeming set of demands, but she provides a brief discussion of the universal basic income idea, the UBI, that shows the complexity of the problem. As I think Greg was saying, in a different context, there's no silver bullet approach that's going to fix a problem as complex as poverty. So all of that change in how we think and talk and feel about poverty is going to take a lot of time, if it happens at all. So what about in the meantime? She calls for basic technological design principles to minimize harm. For example, her 2-question technology designer gut check and the oath of non-harm that she cites. We need the imagination as well as the technical skill to do things differently. We can't just kind of slide back to ineffective, inefficient ways of doing things on the grounds that the technology that we're implementing is at risk of doing harm. We need to continue to figure out solutions to our problems, but we need to do that in a way that respects the human values that are being threatened. And we need to focus explicit attention on the digital poorhouse. She points out that inertia is not going to fix any of these problems. These changes have to come about as a result of clear, intentional efforts that can ally with other progressive movements for change. She mentions Black Lives Matter movement and the Occupy Wall Street movement as examples, but those are not sufficient to address the problems that she has identified in this book, she argues. And so we need to really focus on this kind of intersection of high-tech tools and poverty. So that's what I have to say. I wanted to mention these references, and these can be posted or accessed through the slideshow when we put it up on Canvas. The Allegheny County website has a fair bit of information about their program. They have a whole page dedicated to it with a bunch of links. One of the links is to a Department of Human Services funded ethical review, which gave them the go-ahead and has been subject to some critique, but they did hire an ethical review to be done. They made an official response. It's about 2 pages long to Eubanks, charging that she misrepresented some of the things that they're doing, to which Eubanks herself responded on her website. So there's a little bit of a back and forth there. And they also have linked to a number of articles and op-eds about the tool. And I'm going to investigate those because I think this is something that I want to incorporate into my capstone course. And then there's a podcast done by a philosopher that has a really good episode on automating inequality with Eubanks on as a guest. And she does a great job, I think, of explaining in a concise way what she's doing in this book. So it gives us a little time to talk about the book, probably not as much as we would have liked, but I wanted to start by kind of opening the floor for some general takeaways. I wanted to start with broad questions. So what were your main takeaways from what you read in the book? Which stories or insights seemed most compelling? Or if there were major questions or concerns that you came away with, what were those? And we may be able to just kind of talk about that for the remainder of our time. You have other questions here as well.
I walked away with no surprise and saying, I don't think like on multiple occasions as I was reading, I was thinking that people don't realize that that's happening in our own backyard. and that Kansas has similar automated systems set up right here to do some of the similar things that are happening there, and nobody has any idea.
I was wondering about that. I'm glad you said that. I was curious as to whether we have similar things that maybe we could look at. Maybe that could be a kind of a class project type thing.
Amy,
We have
would you
multiple
stop
systems
sharing
in
the screen,
Kansas.
please?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
There
thank
you
you.
go.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie, if we ever want to dive into this later, we have multiple systems in Kansas. They've got automated child support reporting tool. They've got Keys, which is like the hub for DCF and determining whether or not you get food stamps or whether or not you can get Medicaid, and how much and whatnot. And it's meant to automate those processes and take a lot of the human decision making out of it, in the guise of creating a consistent system and taking out that human bias.
Right.
But it's been fraught with all kinds of problems from the beginning of implementation. And even through now, people are still struggling and Medicaid applications aren't processed in a timely manner. So there's a really good case study right in our own backyard if we want to bring that forward for students to evaluate later.
Excellent. Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just grateful that my program is in business data analytics, because I'm shocked about the effort. I guess it shouldn't be surprising, it makes sense, but the effort to shoehorn data analytics, right, and use it as a hammer, making everything a nail that you can just, try to solve everything. Because I read the description of this data, of course, it doesn't have enough description of the Allegheny case, right? But just as soon as it said there's just not enough data for us to generate a statistically valid, right, picture of this, I mean, that's a huge red flag. So in the world of business, we're like, well, we need to go back and get more data. But in the world of humans, we don't want all that data. That's way too much surveillance, right? To be able to get, and even when you've got such a limited, one of the issues here is you've got such a small number of extreme cases that are going on, then I can't help but view these professors who are bidding for this project as money grubbers. I just hate it. And so it makes me angry. Makes me angry.
And so when you
So
don't have the data and you shift to proxies, I mean, that can be a legitimate way to handle something like this, can't it? If you have a good reason to think that the proxies are in fact good representations of what you want.
Yeah. So I'll add two more things. I mean, I'll back off a little bit and let my anger calm down a little bit. But so there is some potential value that can come out of this, but just as she describes, looking at these two children in their cases, right? One's given a score of a 14, another one a 6. This is obviously a case where this algorithm should be vetted over time, right? Give us 5 years to kind of calibrate this with a combination of experts. But honestly, at this point, I'm looking at this and just thinking it'd be better to have 10 experts sit down and develop a spreadsheet and assign points to these different variables that we've got information on. It would produce better outcomes than what they're. And it's obvious why, right? We just they don't have the data they need in order to really produce an algorithm that would give them much better information than that. But the team effort between an expert and good analytics is magic, right? And so in medical fields and everything else, anytime you get experts armed with good data, that is. But in this case, she's right in her attitude that the experts should really be outweighing the algorithm here. And I would say by like something like an 80 to 20%, weight on the experts right now in this current state of the thing. And they should see themselves as trying to see what value they can derive from an algorithm and see if it does help overcome some of their inherent biases in the process, but always taking it with a big grain of salt.
I just wanted to kind of capture a little bit of what David said, because my thought was And there was somebody who wrote a review, Dan Hurley wrote a review about this in the New York Times about 2 or 3 years later after they implemented it, and wrote a rave review of how good it was and how well it worked. And I think she leaves out that component, that we don't know, we hear about the problems, we don't hear about what the good side of it was. And some of the discussion, I think that they were talking about was that far less people would, the two cases you bring up, far less that happens now, because before it was somebody had a bad day at home, fighting with their partner, comes to work and makes a bad decision, because so that human bias has been taken away and they have a more system. But what they're missing is exactly what David said. I think it's just a feedback loop. Put something out there. I think it's got some success, but at least we've got some holes. Let's address those holes. Let's go back, review it. And I get no sense at all that they are looking at reviewing this algorithm, adapting. And that's the real beauty of data. And these algorithms. We can find out proxies work, but we can find out better ways to measure. Maybe that are not so interfering. We don't want to take everyone's data, but we can find proxies that do work, and we can revise our algorithms and improve to try and eliminate the holes that are inevitably going to be there. But my concern, and I'm not a big techie person. Well, I said I was. Greg's already caught me on that. But I think the concern with sometimes a book like this, they don't highlight what good it has, what good the impact was, how many compared to what it was before. I'd like to see that data. I'd like to see, if there any sort of review done to say what the failures in the past, we've got less failures, more. There's none of that. And I think it's very hard to get that data, but it would have been good to have seen that.
So I'd like to respond. I think that's a really fair point, and I actually just went and looked up that article. I'll share the URL, and I'll read that. But to me, the thing that's missing is just treating it all with a huge grain of salt and viewing it as an ongoing process that really needs to be reevaluated over time.
Could I jump in on that? My understanding is they have made efforts to review it. On their website, they list a 2018 and a 2019 review. But in the meantime, they're utilizing this tool with real people and real families who are being experimented on. And I think that is a real serious problem, even if they can ultimately make the tool more accurate. The ethics review concluded that that this was the most accurate prediction method they had available to them, and that there would be ethical concerns about not using the most accurate tool that was available. And so it recommended implementing it, even if the accuracy rate was only, I think, something like 70%. But yeah, again, you're experimenting with real families. And I had another point, but it just went away. So I do think they are trying to address those concerns. You need a feedback loop so that you can fine tune. Oh, I know what the other one was. It's a point that we got from Kathy O'Neill, which is sometimes with these high-tech tools, it is necessary to sacrifice some degree of accuracy for the sake of fairness, for the sake of how we treat people. She was very clear on that, I think made a compelling point. So it's not enough to just ensure that the tool is as accurate as it possibly can be. There are other factors that have to be considered.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to chime in on that because that's what I was thinking as you were talking too. Eubanks even talks in here about the idea that in the criminal justice system, we'd rather 10 innocent people go free than one guilty person be punished.
Right.
And so, yeah, in those previous discussions, and I remember Christy being involved in those a year or two ago too, you set your decision-making matrix at certain levels, and there's going to be false positives and false negatives. And that's just, yeah. And so I think Yuri's point is well taken. We need to look at all of those matrices, not just the failures, but where did it work, where did it not work, where did it overestimate, where did it underestimate, things like that.
I'm glad to hear Jamie saying they did review it, because I saw that they were reviewing it, but I didn't know if they were taking that data to revise it and improve it. I didn't see them closing the loop.
Yeah.
I didn't see evidence of that. So is that on the county webpage that they actually are changing and improving it?
It says that they are doing that, but I'll admit I haven't looked into it
Yeah.
in any detail.
And that's the key, right? I'm thinking that we've all been involved in situations where we've tried to, in a system of some sort, we're most of us university people, but in a system of some sort, we have a problem, we want to address it, and we have an ideal of how we want to address it. And for lack of a better term, we have a good way to address it, or at least we have an ideal way that we think would be good. And then when budgets come in, or politics come in, or imaginative responses come in, we settle for something that is good enough, right? But the other thing that seems to happen systematically is that we then don't remember that, as I was telling Jamie, that this algorithm is like another tool at a university or any other system. It's another employee, right? And as an employee, it has to be sustained. It has to have some professional development. It has to have some training. And so when we're budgeting for these things, we think if we throw an algorithm at something that, ooh, that's going to fix it. When in reality, that's not even the case at all. We've just introduced a new team member into our institution, and that team member needs to be constantly worked on, constantly revised, constantly taking in new information in order to make it better and get it closer to that good. And I think we just constantly, so I'm wondering if we can't teach our students that it's not enough just to come up with a great idea to throw at something, right? You've also got to do the feedback loop. You've got to do the continuous improvement. And I'm wondering if that can be done in a lot of ways besides in a data analytics problem, right? Can that be introduced as something we need to do, whether it's in law or in education or in, you know, whatever it is we might be teaching them about. So
We need Will here to talk about assessment, right?
there you go. So I'll stop there, but I'm just thinking in the bigger scheme of things, can we try to teach our students that element, that feedback loop element, closing that loop, that continuous improvement element, that it's not enough just to have that big idea, but you've also got to feed it and know when to cut it loose when it's over, right? So I'll hush there.
And of course, being honest about our own biases. If we're administering this program, if we paid a lot of money to have it developed for us, we want it to work. Right, but we have to be honest about our evaluation of it, and we have to allow for legitimately independent evaluation of it and those sorts of things. So I see people are throwing links up left and right. That's great. That'll go in the chat, those things. So I'm glad you're finding all the links that I've
just got a really quick follow-up question. So I think the criticism is so important, right? Because in having to respond to the criticism, I'm actually pleased to see these things that you've been pointing out, Jamie, and I'm interested in reading more about it now. And the link that Lindsay posted, thanks for finding that, Lindsay. She has information about the update to the algorithm, actually. But Lindsay, in your experience, the systems that you've seen operating here in Kansas, do they have potential? Is it worth the effort?
I think they have potential. I think one of the things that when I'm teaching and talking about my experiences, especially with our students, is the importance for leaders in those areas to receive and be open to real feedback from the people who are impacted by those systems. And that's where social workers, I think in this case, come into play, is to facilitate those conversations about how is this working for you? How is this helping you access the system more efficiently? How is this benefiting the people who are directly impacted by the system and not just the people who are implementing it? So yeah, the state's saving money, because we're using an automated system. So you don't have people stuffing envelopes anymore. All of your renewal paperwork comes through an automated system. And that's a fantastic benefit. And it's predictable for families. They know exactly when their renewal paperwork's coming, and they know what the paperwork's going to look like, and it's consistent. But getting into and access to that system continues to be a source of contention for our state by multiple people. And so does it have potential? Yes, but it only has as much potential as our leadership, our state leadership's ability to listen and make changes to that system based on that input.
Yeah.
It's that darn human factor.
Yeah, exactly.
What is it Christy said? So I don't think she called it the human factor. I think she called it the bastard factor. I can't remember how that worked.
I think that is one of the questions I have is a tool like this really at risk of misuse because of the human factor and because of how it's implemented, or is there something that's kind of in the DNA of a tool like this that makes it such that it will always have such significant concerns and issues that we really need to think about a different way of trying to accomplish what this tool is trying to accomplish? I think there are some tools that technologists will develop that are simply not really usable when we really get down to it and are honest about the costs. I don't know. And that's why I found this chapter compelling, because I found myself having a very hard time making up my mind about whether this was an approach that they ought to be pursuing, that I would advocate for, and just it needs to be made better, it needs to be implemented better, or whether, as I think Eubanks is arguing, this is a fundamentally misguided approach for this kind of problem.
I'm going to throw a grenade because I this is one with my students where I always throw the grenade, and it goes like this for me and historian. I mean, guns, right? I mean, you think about it as a piece of technology that was invented inherently for what? And then over time, what has happened to it? It's, again, been bastardized, but has it been? And how can a thing be all good, all bad? It's the humans that use it. And I always think of, and I was reading this book, I was like, oh my God, this is like the gun debate. Like, it's not the guns that kill people, it's people using the guns for not what maybe they were supposed to be. And do we really need them? That's the bigger question. I see it all analogous to the gun debate. So that was my boom.
Yeah, so I'd like to, similar thought, and I really appreciate that. So one of the interesting things about the gun debate is, like, I'm talking with friends, and some of them are really against any limits on guns, but they then begin being in favor of red flag laws. Okay, well, your red flag law, how much information are we going to start surveilling from people in order to, so now if I go get therapy, am I going to be red flagged? You know, I mean, and
how are they going to know, David? You might be a cash pay patient.
And so, honestly, I mean, if I were a freedom advocate, I might be willing to give up my AR-15 in order just to say, let's just have a law that puts some limits on things without having to surveil everybody. So, and this is, I think, my biggest concern about data in the human sphere here is that at what point does it become that we're really collecting too much data on people? And if I were in poverty, right, just to have to look at this fact that everything I do is being surveilled all the time, but I know it kind of is, right? But yeah.
You know, and I'm thinking we're talking about one kind of data gathering, which is basically government data gathering. And there are a lot of restrictions on what data the government can gather. They still gather quite a lot. But then you think about something like Facebook or other big social media companies, and they don't have those same restrictions. And they're monitoring every keystroke. They're monitoring mouse movements. They're monitoring time to click. Incredibly fine-grained stuff that allows them to create profiles of us or of people like us, which those buckets become smaller and smaller as the data gets more and more fine-grained. They know us better than we know ourselves in many cases, better than our family members know us. Now, all it's going to take is sort of a closure of the loop where, that privately held data becomes accessible to these other kinds of more formal institutions. And this data gathering that you're talking about, David, that's already helping. I mean, if you could have all of the data that Facebook has about your friends who want to eliminate all gun restrictions, we could probably tell you with a very high degree of accuracy which of them should own guns and which of them shouldn't. We might even be able to predict at birth, this person should never be allowed to own a gun, right? I mean, so I think
Jamie, you're asking a
scratching the surface here.
question.
It's a tip of the iceberg thing with data and predictive power.
Jamie, you're asking a question, maybe not at the granular level for David's friends, but David could probably already buy that data of who in this area, let's say who in this county, who in the city, he can probably already buy that data to tell him who is interested in how many Facebook users are interested in gun ownership and what are their political leanings and what are their gender leanings, because those are the same data points that are used by social media managers to target ads towards people, is based on their interactions and that granular data. So the data is already being used in the public sphere, maybe not by a public institution to determine my access to poverty services, or by law enforcement to determine, well, kind of by law enforcement, if they have a warrant and they go get it, they can go get that too and develop a huge digital profile about you. And they are even training up cops to do that.
Right.
Good point. And so I think it's already there. I think we're past the tip of the iceberg. I think we're swimming in that ocean at this point.
My opinion from an 80,000 view is that for me, I think the whole thing boils down to this balance or this conflict between capitalism and socialism. And I'm not talking about political. I think this society, the US, and I hope I don't offend anybody, is really driven by the capitalism as its intrinsic motivation and driving force. So every decision is typically made with a value which is monetary based. And I mean, it's been for a long, long time, jobs that can be automated are going to be automated. There's going to be more and more automation that's going to happen because it saves 50 cents on $100. And that's really driven more and more now by shareholders. So shareholders do not look at long-term, they look at short-term gain. Right. So we're sacrificing long-term kind of sustainability and social efforts for very short-term gains, which is because it's my pension and your pension. It's this kind of short-term market that's kind of driven us. So it's what David said, and that's what triggered my thoughts, was that we really got to influence people that are going to be in positions of authority and power. We're trying to do with sustainability. We're developing a sustainability management program for managers that are going to, out of the business school, are going to be the decision makers in the company, so they can get a bit of understanding of what sustainability is about. And those are the people we have to influence, because it's really, I think it's fundamentally, maybe it's too simplistic, but for me, that's kind of the financial decisions are what drives it. We can be as human or as well-meaning as possible, but in the end, it's those financial decisions that are going to make that decision, whether it's guns, petroleum, or an algorithm, that's saving 50 cents.
Yeah, this is turning, I think there's a balance that has to be struck on all of these topics, right? And so it's turning me into wanting to join advocacy groups for both, citizen privacy, right? The right to your own data, et cetera, and putting limits on both capitalism and the government in terms of the data it can access and what can be done with it. And obviously, some of it is worth it, right? Just like with guns, I think some access to guns is a fine thing, right? But how much access, how much, what kind of use of it, all those kinds of things. And that's where it gets messy, and that's where it takes a lot of careful work, I think.
And I'd like to chime in, because I think, aren't we like overtime, or we're going to 10:30? So I did want to take a few seconds to just say something that has been on my mind since before the break. And that is that Gary made the comment about being slow. And I don't know if you really said that in an apologetic way or not, But that really struck me, and I just thought about the virtue of being slow. You know, there are politicians out there that make their fame by blah, 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 really hitting you really, and talk show people, you know, that try to hit you with all these facts and everything really fast. And by the time you've refuted their first argument, they're 10 arguments down the line or something, you know. And I just think there's a virtue to having slow discussions. Like even here, we've seen over time, you know, a certain complexity evolves in the conversations. And so, you know, one question I sort of have is, does media, it's not inherent, but does it have a tendency to speed up these conversations, again, through the sound bites and the memes and things like that? I'm sure it can allow for extended conversations, like as happened here today. But I also wonder if there's the alternate side, that there's this, that media encourages us to be really fast in our decision making and limit our discussions to, you know, 10-second sound bites and things like that. So at any rate, I very much appreciated Gary's comment about being slow, because I think there's a virtue to that. I think some of us that are gray and professional talkers, it may sometimes be hard for other people to get a word in edgewise. So we've heard more from some people like me today than we've heard from some others. And I do hope we can make sure that everybody has room and time to make a contribution here.
Well, let me pick up off of that, Greg, and see if I can transition into a bit of a closure. And of course, I don't want to preempt Cheryl from anything she might want to say. But I agree. A book that's been on my reading list that you reminded me of is Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow, which I think touches on that. But we anticipated that there would be more to say than we would have time for it to be said. And while I don't exactly want to give you homework, I want to encourage you to take a little bit of time after we log off and just think about the conversations that we've had today. Think about if there's anything that you weren't able to contribute because of being slow or because of other people saying such interesting things or whatever. We have a discussion board set up for kind of post workshop reflections for each of the sessions. And so if anything occurs to you that you want to kind of get out on the table, please take a few minutes and share that with us. Tomorrow, we're going to be on to new topics and new interesting discussions, and it will be hard to kind of remember the insight that you had in the wake of this. So, you know, no requirement here, but we would love to hear any thoughts that you have that would be appropriate for the discussion board. So take some time to think about that. And Cheryl, anything you want to say as a reminder or as a conclusion?
Oh, just thank you very much. This has been, as it was, I hope, for those who were here last time, this has been really insightful. So happy to hear all these new voices. As Greg was saying, if the older and grayer amongst us are too vocal, please jump in at any time if you feel like we weren't giving you time to talk. So please do. And then tomorrow we're going to be talking a lot more about how to put some of these ideas into action, right? So if you have a chance to get to Canvas and take a look at our session 2, you'll see a draft of the pedagogical approach we're taking so far. Please know that is fluid. We're working on it. We're really hoping to get a lot of input from you guys. Again, we'll have a little PowerPoint presentation on things like the design and pedagogy terms that a lot of our little reading address. And then we'll get more into seeing what you guys think about what we're doing in our design. So please take a look at that. And yeah, please do go to Canvas and put any thoughts in the chat or the discussion there that you think we didn't give enough time to, that we ought to come back to. That would be very helpful.
All right. Yeah, well, thank you very much, everyone. And I can't wait to see you all again tomorrow morning.
Thanks so much, everybody. Good job.
Yep.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, guys. Whoosh. And we'll let Rachel stop recording us and
Yes, I did
get
stop.
another file. Thank you so much, Rachel, for taking care of all that.
Yeah. And I think Cheryl, since you set up the Zoom, you might be getting a recording as well. I'm not 100% sure, but I did record all 3 sessions, all 50-minute sessions. So
You know, I thought you set up the Zoom, but maybe I didn't.
I think you did, because I went to my Zoom and I was like, I can't find it. I think Cheryl maybe set it up.
See, I thought you sent out all the calendar invites with the
And I
Zoom.
did, but you provided me with the Zoom link before I sent
Oh,
them
well
out, so I just copied
okay.
that link. So I
Sorry,
don't know.
sorry.
You're
That's
totally
okay.
fine.
Cool. Well, very good. Well, I told Jamie that you and I might talk a little bit about what I was talking to James Sani about.
Yeah.
And then Jamie, did you want to start our little wrap up here with anything, or do you feel pretty good about what we did today? Were there any worries you had or concerns about going forward?
No, I think it went really well. I think people had a lot to say. I'm good.
Yeah, we have a lively group. I'm
We
real pleased.
do.
Yeah, very good. So, well, yeah, and I'll try to make it really quick because we've been sitting here a long time. But I've been talking with Clark and James about, here's was my original impetus. My original impetus was I'm creating this class that's part of this certificate program, and I want to bring in experts that to help it make it interactive and integrative and interdisciplinary. And so I've already talked with Lori Steiner, with David Cochran, and with Christy Edwards about, could you come in one day and just help us see connections between the history of humanity, some of our technologies, and the work that you're doing, right? So just basic understanding of the history of literacy and law, basic understanding of the history of math and reckoning, counting, right? And then for David, I think I may have thrown him a little bit for a loop, but my students are going to be doing ancient code making and ancient code breaking. And it won't be necessarily of the computer type, but of the communication type, especially during warfare, how we're trying to send secret messages back and forth. So all of that involves a sort of mathematical and communication by writing kind of challenge. So anyway, I got to thinking about it. And for me, the ideal situation would be if I could get James into the classrooms at the time that they're doing these guest lectures, get some of this taped, right? In a really nice professional way. And okay, and then get our experts to then sit down with James. He's saying, ideally, right after that class, and do one of those, here's a nice dark room. Let's just do the expert talking on the screen thing, right? So he would have a combination of in-class interaction, but then also just, he could edit in talking head stuff, sort of as a TED Talk kind of a thing. And then of course he's excited, James is excited because he could then incorporate some animation, he could incorporate some interesting images. And so my thinking would be that if we had these nice little, I was calling them TED Ed Talks, you know, just little TED Talks of 5 or 6 minutes, that they could wind up being in my class, Canvas class, right? And they could be a warm up to an expert coming to visit. Or if for some reason this semester that expert can't come to class, I would have it digitally. They got very excited about the idea because they need, in their lingo, B-roll of classrooms. They need B-roll of humanities type classes doing something besides, hello, I am the sage on the stage and you are the students listening intently to what I'm saying, right? So they need more interactive sort of stuff. They also like the idea of taking these little expert videos and putting them on our YouTube channel, the Newman YouTube channel. And they also like the idea of asking those faculty to go the extra mile and turn this into a podcast, because they were trying to develop a podcasting library for Newman University. And so from their perspective, trying to sell our university, they could use this work on our YouTube channel. They could use it to craft some podcasts. They could use it for just general images, background, video, for a lot of things. So they're very excited about it. They got very excited when I told them it didn't have to be done tomorrow.
Yes.
And that this could, yeah, that this could be something we could just do over the course of the year.
Okay.
So that by this time next year, we've got something we're kind of really proud of. To me, again, to me, that's one of the great things of the NEH funding is that you can just take your time. So it occurred to me, Rachel, that you have the expertise with your own background in theater and the arts and your connections to our school and everything else, that you probably would be a great person to work with James on this, both from the content side and the creative side, and just the groundwork side, right? Of getting people engaged and getting them excited and having them, come on, let's do this. When I told him that we also had in the works, besides philosophy and history and data analytics and criminal justice, I told him we also had in the works that my classes are going to the Museum of World Treasures, and that group also likes cross promotion. So he is very excited to come. He says he's going to bring his Indiana Jones hat with him. So you'd be absolutely welcome to come.
Yeah.
And then I told him, he got very excited when I said we also have folks in psychology, biology, social work, education, right, who are also going to be part of this, hopefully, eventually, right, that we've got a little bit of all of that worked up. And then I told him, Jamie, about what you were trying to do, and that my current approach is a little more episodic, I guess, than what you're trying to do. You're trying to do some really interesting, innovative things, a little more real-time integrative, but I could see, you know, you and David together crafting a discussion or a podcast that would work really well with your module, right? So I don't know. They seem to be very anxious to do this. I invited James along with Clark. Jamie had already invited Clark for Monday next week, and I invited James to come on Monday. I don't know if he's going to be able to, but I invited him to come to Monday and come and see and discuss, eat, and all that. So that's kind of where that all is right now. So I just wanted to get you both caught up on that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Cheryl. I've already been kind of communicating with James about getting department videos. So I kind of have some, you know, communication with that aspect.
Yeah, I forgot about that. He was interested in department videos as well.
Yeah.
And so that also helps them sort of check that initiative that they're working on.
Exactly. And like they can do some of the videos possibly for department videos as well. So I think it all just will work out great. So yeah, I'm happy to help.
Yeah. And so I guess the biggest, Jamie reminded me, you know, back in the day, probably before your time, we were trying really hard to get a lot of people to do videos for their NSP core courses, and just to let people know what they were. And it was really hard to get people to do that. And it's primarily because, you know, it's one more thing to do, and you have to write a script and all this good stuff.
You had to go over to the studio, you know.
Had to go over to the studio, make an appointment, right? And so it was just another thing to put on your to-do list that was really a little more complex than just showing up and doing it. I finally did it, and I don't know that I've ever seen the result of it. I'm not sure that mine turned out that well, but but yeah, so the big thing would just be getting people to do it.
Yeah.
And I think the issue of ownership is a big one. So I think the faculty who are being asked to do it didn't feel like they owned it. I think that that Clark and the team over there was like, well, we're being asked to do this, but it's not up to us to coordinate this and schedule everything. Like, faculty need to come to us, and that's totally fair. The committee, which was, you know, it was really Ryan Hushka's idea, and he was sort of trying to you know, encourage people to do it. But at the same time, if the people who are doing it don't say, I need to do this, if it's more like with the assessment, right, that we're trying to get people to set up a rubric on their websites, like, I don't want to do this, I don't own it, so it's not going to happen. But I think in this case, Cheryl, we have the advantage that we kind of own this project. You've obviously developed a lot of enthusiasm around this, and you're great at selling it. And so it sounds like James is into it. So I think with that ownership and that buy-in, you know, if you've got people coming to your class anyway, well, you've got them, right?
Yeah,
They
this will
can't
be
get
easy.
away.
Mhm. Yeah, as long as
Excellent.
we have the dates, we're good to go, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, which I have to nail down. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, and I like your idea of ownership, because if we can truly, as we're trying to inspire with our NEH connections, try to inspire ownership in Clark's office, right? In addition to our area, then it becomes a nice collaboration where everybody has some skin in the game.
Yeah, and I think if our
yeah.
partner faculty start to kind of identify themselves as, I am not just a psychology professor, but I'm an ETHV faculty member, right? Because this is a program now that we're kind of trying to suck people into. I think that, you know, we haven't ever quite gotten that sense of identity of the NSP, right? Like, I am an NSP faculty member. Like, I identify as an NSP faculty member.
So do I. Yeah.
You do, but I think a lot of people teach in the program, but they're just like, it's just one more thing I have to do.
Right. The other thing about this, and Rachel doesn't necessarily know this, but you know, Jamie, one of the things the NEH is always asking about is, did you create any product from your grant? This would be product.
Yeah.
It'd be excellent product.
Yeah, so we could absolutely try to figure out a way, you know, to make sure, well, first off, we can certainly get this to the NEH, but
They will publicize it for us.
yes, they will. Yeah, they will. I guess we just have to think about, in talking with Clark and others, you know, we want to have that Newman imprimatur somewhere on that video, but it would also be nice to have the NEH something. And maybe that's in the credits. Maybe we have credits at the end of the video.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know? Or so I don't know if we just put Newman or we put the NEH logo. I don't know. I think that might be a Clark thing. I'm not
They have
sure.
a title card that would have the.
Mhm.
There you go, a
funding.
title card. There you go, a title card and then some end credits. So very cool, because we got to mention the NEH somehow.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, cool. Well, thank you guys for your enthusiasm on this. And so just keep thinking about it. You too, Jamie, because I really didn't come to some good decisions or conclusions about how this whole idea would really help support the ethics module. So, and I know it will, but I think it might come down to, I don't know what it'll come down to, but I know it will. So.
Yeah, no, I can see pretty well. Like, I mean, we have the idea of having a couple of, you know, limited lectures and maybe a conversation, whether it's David, me, or Christine, me, or whoever. And if we kind of get comfortable doing that, and if we have an editing team backing us up, those can then become kind of legacy products that we can reuse. I wouldn't necessarily want to reuse just a lecture that I do talking into my computer on a particular day, or I'm talking about current events, but something like this could be much more polished and scripted and could really stand up to repeated use.
Very good. I like your ideas of a legacy project. And one of the things I told Clark, I said, if this is done right, especially when he's looking for podcasts, right? If this is done right, faculty need to produce work they're proud of, and they need to produce work of an intellectual rigor level. And podcasting is more and more, and you know, I'm behind the game for sure, but podcasting has become a journal article, if you will. Now, it's not a refereed one, but it's certainly become another way to publish, another way to get your work out there. So if it's done right, you know, I think it helps faculty to improve their CVs. Much like I hope that Rachel will be using this whole project as a CV enhancer, and she'll be able to point to clips that she was, because we need to put her as a producer somehow on the credits, right? And so yeah, I think
we have
editor even, I don't know, Rachel may be editing these things. I don't know.
We have an unusual environment in terms of faculty scholarship expectations, I would say, to do something like this. You may not know this, but Lee was on the tenure track at a different university from where she is now. And in her early years, she was a very active blogger, and she was a serious blogger. She wrote about course content. She wrote about research ideas. She commented on things in a really informed way. It wasn't just like what I had for dinner last night, right? At all.
Right.
It was a
Right.
professional academic blog, but her university did not recognize that as any kind of publication, did not give her any credit, and she was denied tenure. And basically they told her, you wasted so much time on this blog that you didn't publish anything worthwhile, so we can't give you tenure. And all while she was building this like really robust community of
Oh, yeah.
discussion and dialogue.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so I think we are at a place, first of all, we have tenure for whatever that's worth, but we're also at a place that isn't going to come and say, why are you not publishing 2 articles a year? Why are you doing this
Right.
other stuff? You know, we got the grant also to fund it, which, but
Right.
we're also at a place where I think doing something like a podcast, a blog, whatever we want to do can be recognized.
Yeah, and especially when it's a podcast that the university wants us to do, so that the university can use it for raising the awareness of Newman University. So absolutely, absolutely. Very cool, very cool. So yeah, I guess that was my only point, was just to make sure I had Rachel in the loop, because I kind of sort of said, hey, Rachel, I want to do this. And all she had to hear was James Sandy. And she said, yeah, I work with James. So I just think this might be kind of a fun thing to get going on. Yeah, I will, let's just see how it goes. I'm sure there are so many things that I don't even know we have to do to make this a successful thing, but I'll try to set up some goals maybe for this semester, right? With regard to just getting the things recorded and connecting with folks. I haven't done, well, I'll ask you, Rachel, I haven't done like a meeting with say Christy and David and Lori all in the same room on this. I could, I don't know, do we want to? Oh, cool. Christy and David are not in her division, not in her school. So she's not the boss of them.
No.
Good. So that's good to know. So basically putting all of them in the room together, they'd all be sort of, but she'd also have the kind of administrative information to know how this might play out for their own school and how this might be a good thing for them.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Think about it. If we ought to get them all together and sort of set up a template with them.
I think that would maybe be a good idea, to have some sort of meeting just so they're all on the same page, so that, you know, the video is more.
And I guess we would bring James probably as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We would need to have James there as well, for sure. So we could just let him know what we're wanting, so then he can provide us with like the best product.
He said to me, the best thing for him, if he hauls his really excellent equipment to my classroom, is to have them then immediately, if they have the time and it's in their schedule, go to an empty classroom nearby and then do some more videography, right? To sort of help him get that all in one day. So that could be interesting. You know, I don't know. My class, they all very kindly don't have 8 a.m. classes. Very shocking. So they were all available for my 8 a.m. class, but there's a real good chance they all have, you know, 9:25 classes afterwards.
Yeah.
So I don't know that this will work the way he would like it to, but perhaps one of them is available in that next hour, and then another one in the next hour.
Yeah.
So James,
Carol, if they're not teaching at 8, I'm sure they're available at 7:30.
Oh, exactly.
well, there's that. Sure.
No, but sure, I will definitely like help with all that scheduling.
Okay. Well, give that some thought as to logistics and things.
Okay. Well,
Producer Lang.
Yeah,
So
got
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I need to start thinking about this in terms that Mark would understand, you know, because he's working with doing films right now. So
yes.
thinking about sort of those ideas, but
Yeah.
okay, well, thank you so much. So we're meeting again tomorrow, I guess, bright and early.
Yeah, it sounded like you had something set up with David and for the 9 o'clock hour. Is there, I'm a little unclear on whether I'm supposed to be doing anything tomorrow.
You'll be presenting your module.
Okay. I'll be presenting my module. So that's during the 9 o'clock hour? Because
We have Gary. at
11 o'clock,
10.
Gary's
Yeah,
at
Gary's
10,
10.
and 11 is implementing integrative and experiential learning, where we're asking our colleagues to kind of share their wisdom.
Is that when we're doing that?
That's what, yeah, the schedule is like the kind of the
Okay.
brainstorming session is 11.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
And hopefully kind of picking up on things that Gary has brought up and introduced as well.
Right.
Kind of like just a more of an open discussion. So yeah, I think that the idea would be that at 9 o'clock, we would workshop the Humanities Hub drafts posted on Canvas
Okay.
with an eye to their effectiveness and feasibility. But I wasn't exactly clear on what you had communicated with David.
Well, you know,
Well,
he very kindly offered to take that 1 hour session. I'd kind of forgotten he said he would do it, which is great. That 1 hour service option and
Yeah.
turn it more into for lack of a better term, a bridge between the sort of lower level undergraduate work and then moving into the next level. So he was going to do that. So I guess what I'm thinking is I have a little PowerPoint on all the various terms and stuff about but integrative versus interdisciplinary versus experiential. And then I guess we'll then show the model that we have for the certificate and then just feature portions of it. And then I think our goal was that after we sort of introduced that model, that we hoped that by the end of the week, maybe, or I think maybe you have Sunday, that people would say, ooh, change this, add this. And then so that by Monday, right, we could present a new improved version with their suggestions.
So am I presenting the ETHV template as a whole or just the integrative module that David and I and Christy and I are doing?
You know, I just don't think we can do all that in 1 hour. Let me give it some thought. Let me get a sandwich and
Yeah,
take a look at that again.
I think that might be a bit of an ambiguity that we left in the schedule, and that's my fault because I made the schedule. But I think let me take a look at it as well. Do you want to touch base later? We can let Rachel, I think, probably go out of respect for your time, but we can maybe get together later.
Yeah. Let me, like I said, let's all take a break. Let me get some lunch and then let me look at that and then
shoot me an email when you want.
I'll shoot you an email.
Later.
Okay. All right. Thanks,
Cool.
Everybody.
See you guys.
Take
Bye.
care. Good
Thank you,
job today,
Rachel.
everybody.
Talk to you later.
Bye.